karakia. If everyone would like to take these seats. Thank you. Whakataka te hau ki te uru. Whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina kina ki uta. Kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi aki ana te atakura. He tio, he huka, he hauhu. Tihei, Māori ora. Tēnā koutou katoa, nā mai ki te hui o te konahira o Pōneke I tēnei rā. Welcome everybody to today's Koata Hātepe Regulatory Processes Committee meeting. Would you please let myself or Elise know if you intend to leave the meeting? We have had a partial apology from Councillor Chung, which I'll mention in a minute. We're planning to have morning tea around 11 a.m. and lunch sometime around midday. We'll just see how the agenda progresses. Could I just say that because we have got a very full agenda today, we will be putting on the 3-minute speaking guideline, and also would really appreciate if questions to officers could be kept to a bare minimum given the amount of time I know they've spent on Q&A and also just given the agenda that we've got. Nevertheless, we will still have an opportunity for some questions. We also have a very full program of public participation, so welcome to all of you who are in the gallery. I'd just like to remind you that, yes, I see a few familiar faces. I just would like to remind you, please, that we don't normally allow comments or shows of support or otherwise from the gallery. So please just be respectful because we do have, a complicated agenda and there will be lots of very different views on the matters we're discussing. So with that, we'll just keep going through the apologies. I believe we just have one apology for partial absence from Councillor Chung around midday. Yes, thank you for that. I think nominally 12 to 2, but we'll see how we go with that. I move that we accept, not aware of any other apologies, I move that we accept that apology. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Councillor McNulty. We will now vote on that. Ray. Yeah, just need to vote on that. Maybe I presume you're voting in favour. It's all right. Yes. And that's been carried. Do I have any conflict of interest declarations? I don't see any. Confirmation of minutes. I move that the Koata Hātepe Regulatory Processes Committee approves the minutes of our last meeting, which was held on the 27th of February 2025. Those have been circulated and that they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of the meeting. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Chung. I'll put that motion, which has been moved and seconded, and we'll vote. Niridan, we're waiting on yours now. There we go. That has been carried. Right, so items not on the agenda, we don't have any. We've got enough on there as it is. So we'll move to public participation. So I'd like to invite Julia, Ryan and Stephanie up to the table or to the podium. Oh, they're online. Okay. And you have 10 minutes to speak to us on the removal of car parks from Kaiwharawhara Road. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. My name is Julia Apaola, and for the third time, I'm speaking on behalf of Sweat Gym and our owners, Damien Jacobs, Natasha Jacobs, and Sam Apaola. Sweat is a proud Wellington-owned and bred business that has been part of this community for nearly 11 years. We've survived COVID, economic downturns, public sector job cuts, and rising costs. But today we are at real proper risk of closure because of parking removal. We are not alone. Many other local businesses have already closed or moved. In fact, we know of 3 in just the last few months. Parking removal is squeezing the life out of our community. We recently provided an opportunity for our near 300 customers to complete a survey for us on the situation. The message came through loud and clear. 91% struggle to find parking near our gym. 88% admitted to parking in private car parks, putting pressure on other businesses. 84% said the removal of the clearway has directly impacted their ability to attend classes. And this is because 70% of our members attend classes between 5 a.m. and 8 a.m. Over half of our customers have considered cancelling their membership because of the parking stress. And most powerfully, 95% support removing the bollards and reinstating the clearway from 4 to 7 p.m. to improve access. Of the many comments received, one member wrote, "The cycle lane is not used until the afternoon. We need that parking back. Otherwise, I'll have to leave the gym I love." Another said, "Clearways based on peak traffic flows still deliver a cycling solution while saving local business." And this last comment that I'll share is a common example of a lot of the feedback we have sadly received from one of our wonderful mothers in our community who attend our prenatal and postpartum classes. "I've had to skip classes because I can't get a park with my baby in the car. The stress of parking affects my mental health. This gym is a lifeline for me. That cycle lane is empty in the morning. Why remove parks for nobody? Show us the data that says otherwise." The thing is, this isn't just data, it's desperation. It's the voices of real people who want to stay active, remain physically and mentally resilient, stay connected to a positive community, and support their local businesses. This impacts everyone. If we go, our foot traffic goes, and with it, a reliable stream of customers for coffee shops, retail businesses, showrooms, mechanics, cleaning businesses, and local services. We are more than just a gym. We are a daily hub of hundreds of people coming and going. Our lease expires next year. If parking remains the way it is, it will not be financially viable for us to renew this, and our landlord will very likely struggle to fill the space. We are offering a balanced solution. We are not asking the council to choose cars over bikes. We're pleased just asking that the council reinstall the clearway between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. to allow parking outside of 4 to 7 p.m. Monday to Friday. Cyclists will still have a protected space during peak hours and businesses still get daytime parking. It's a win-win. This is our final plea. This is your chance to work with us, not against us. Please hear the disappointed voices of your citizens, hear the frustration from your ratepayers, hear the desperation of your business community. Removing the bollards and reinstating the clearway is a small change that could save businesses like ours and restore faith in council decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. I'm wondering if we have any questions from the committee. We do have time. Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Julia. Much appreciated. I just wanted to ask you, in the mornings, have you noticed many cyclists actually using the cycleway, or do they actually come down on the road?
No, they don't. No one's cycling up. Everyone is like, yeah, because that where they've removed the parks, that is going up Kaiwhatawhata Road. We see cyclists coming down, but not up. The cyclists aren't actually using it until after 4 o'clock.
Great, excellent. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. I do have a question for you, Julia. You mentioned that people are using, even though they're not supposed to, are using other private parking. Is there any ability to work more collaboratively with businesses to facilitate that option?
Yeah, we have tried. Spotlight has a huge car park that we've asked them about, but because it's manned by a camera monitored car park that is not actually based here, they wouldn't allow us to use it. There actually isn't any other parking around this area.
Okay.
That is the only option some of our members have.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask about that. Are there any further questions for Julia? Thank you, Julia. We have heard your. Yeah. Oh, all right, there's a last minute question from Puiwi Kelly.
Sorry, thank you. I was just thinking, you've said that the cycleway is only used from 4 p.m. Why?
Yeah.
Why is that? Do you know why it's
Well,
only used in the evening? Because
Because
they would have to get there wherever they're going.
yeah, so they're cycling down the hill where there is, like, they're cycling down the hill, but on the opposite side where there used to be parks, on the opposite side where there used to be parks, that side is not being used in the morning because there's no one travelling from the city up to Naio or Kandala. They're only using it to come down the hill.
All right, thanks, because I'm not aware of I don't know that road, so you've made that clear for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, no worries.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you for providing
Thanks.
that feedback and information for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'd like to welcome Alan Blake from OR, Awesome Walking Envisioned. So, Alan, you have 10 minutes, and you know the drill well. That needs to include time for questions if you'd like them.
Kia ora tātou. Ko Ellen Blake aho. I'm the director of OR. It's a new startup called Awesome Walking Envisioned, and we're able to provide information on what better pedestrian environments look like to organisations and business. So I'm here today to talk to the safer speed proposal, and I think that the existing safer speeds streets are sound, and they were well supported when they went in. So as everybody knows, that the impact of vehicle crashes depends to a large degree on the speed that the vehicles are travelling. So the faster you go, the bigger the mess. The 30 kilometre an hour speeds are well documented to show that only 90% of people will survive a crash at that speed. So that's a physics. You can't change that. We least well appreciated though is that it's 30 kilometre an hour safer speeds are better for everybody on the road. So all road users benefit from safer speeds. Car drivers, for instance, see more when they're going slower, so you can see to the side of the road and you can see children waiting to cross, which is a thing that really bothers me with faster speeds. But they also have more time to react, and so it just makes for a calmer driving experience for people as well. But another thing about safer speeds is that's not very often talked about is that it makes the environment that people live in much more pleasant. So people driving at safer speeds don't make so much noise in their vehicles, which street noise is a big part of living in a city, for instance. But it also just makes people feel like it's a nicer place to be. Having fast-moving vehicles going past you is not pleasant. So I think it's really important to remember that safer speeds are good for, reducing impact at crashes. They're good for all road users being able to travel more safely, and they make for a nicer environment for people to live in. So I do understand that the government's required councils agree with the assessments, most of the assessments that have been done, but I'm concerned to see that there are still 3 streets that are up for, going for unsafe speeds. And for instance, I think that Rintoul Street's been wrongly assessed because it's full of housing, there's a big school, there's a hospital, there's old people's homes, or older people's homes around here. I'm getting that way myself. So I think it's really important that those places have a nice, safe, better environment for people to live in. So I would strongly urge the council to include all of those 3 streets as in the review, and say that they should remain at the safer speed of 30 kilometres an hour. And if the One Network framework, which assesses what streets are for, doesn't quite fit with what's actually there, I think that could be the thing that needs the review. So whatever you can do to keep the safer speeds, please do that. So I also wanted to touch on the motorbike parking, so I'll just crack on with that. It's really up to the council to decide whether they charge motorbike users to park or not, but I would think it's really essential that you understand that if you charge people to park their motorbikes on the road, that you need to up your enforcement of illegal parking on the footpath. It will go together. We don't want to end up like Melbourne with motorbikes parked all over the place. So enforcement needs to go hand in hand with making this decision that you're about to make. But also, I don't know if you recall, a few years ago, the council had a great idea to take over little bits of curb road space that are not big enough for cars to park in, and mark them out as separate motorbike parking. And that sort of started and then it stopped. And I thought that was a really good idea, and it solved using the road curb space better, and providing for a whole lot of people who want to ride motorbikes into the city as well. So those are my little points to make. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Do we have any questions for Ellen? Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Ellen. Have you observed what speed cars are actually travelling at on these roads now?
Well, I haven't monitored it.
Yeah,
but my observation is when there's lots of traffic, when there's lots of vehicle traffic, everybody goes slower. That blocks the buses and things like that, so people just go slower. But when there isn't very much vehicle traffic, people go as fast as they can. For instance, today I was just crossing the road at the traffic light on a signal, and somebody decided that they didn't like me crossing the road, so they sped up, aiming at me right through the red light. In front of an ambulance, though, so they would have been all right. But it's sort of people, drivers, I don't know, they get in their car and they just go for it. And if there's other cars around, and they will slow down a bit. I think I've noticed the people driving down the middle of the road a lot more these days, because so they can go faster instead of travelling in your own lane and watching out. But that's just my observation, so I haven't measured anything.
Okay. Second question?
If it's small.
Very quick. Accidents happen when people cross the roads and they get hit by traffic, I understand that. But do you think that we could actually make this safer by having more pedestrian crossings in these streets?
I think the evidence is very strong in the transport area that having safer speeds is the number one best thing you can do to improve safety. Safer speeds. We know 30 kilometres an hour is way safer than 50. That's just physics.
Great. Thanks very much, Ellen.
So I have a question for you, Ellen. There has been some thought in this committee that we would write a letter to the Minister expressing concerns, which we know a lot of the community do hold. Would you be to ask for an exemption to having to put these speeds back up? Would your organisation be in support of that?
I think we're in support of anything that retains safer speeds, but I would also look at reassessing some of those roads, and because we know Rental Street's full of people, living there and doing all sorts of other things.
Thank you.
So yeah, do whatever you can.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for Ellen? No, I don't see any, but thank you very much, Ellen, as always. Thank you.
Thanks.
Right, so we actually are going to go back to the previous group, because there was someone else who wanted to submit, and we did have time left over. So we're going to now invite, I think it's Stephanie Zhang. And you're online, Stephanie, I presume?
Yes.
Good.
Thank you
for hanging around and for making your request known. We're going to give you 5 minutes.
Great, thank you so much. Morena koutou, I'm Stephanie Zhang, and I'm representing the members of the Sweat Gym on Koata Road. Julia's ably covered off a lot of her concerns, but I wanted to talk about some of the concerns that we have with the multi-criteria analysis that was actually done in 2022. So while I support cycle lanes, I do think that the recent removal of the ability to park on Koata Road on the towards Ngaio side has costs that vastly outweigh the benefits. Firstly, in the multi-criteria analysis, none of the options considered for Koata Road include retaining parking, even in a limited capacity. So that's by having a clear way along the stretch of road in front of businesses. And the reason why that this isn't great is because the Ngaio side is predominantly used by cyclists during peak hours in the evening when commuters are returning from work. And a clear way would be a much more reasonable compromise between the costs and benefits. And without having assessed this as an option, it's hard to say if the recommended option was optimal. Secondly, the MCA overweights the benefit of safety while underweighting the cost to businesses. It includes no data on the number of cyclists that use this part of the road or even the times that they actually do so. And having looked at NZTA's crash data, there's actually limited evidence of accidents along this stretch of road. It's clear that the costs to businesses have been high, as covered by Julia, and while the removal of parks have contributed to businesses closing down since these changes have been made. I'm supportive of making changes to improve people's well-being, but these changes are actually removing a key avenue for vulnerable parts of our community to access the exact health and well-being outcomes that you're seeking to promote. Sweat's Mums and Dads class provides new parents with an ability to work out while having their weak ones cared for. It's these members that don't have an alternative way of getting in with young kids and that are being further alienated at such a vulnerable time in their lives. So ultimately, our preferred option is for the parks to be reinstated, but with a clear way during peak times that cyclists will use the stretch of road. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Julia. We do have a question from Councillor Calvert. Can I just ask if Ryan is there online as well? Are you aware of that?
No, sorry, Ryan is an apologies.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Thanks, Julia. When this Nio Connection cycleway was put in a couple of years ago, the stretch that you're talking about was just introduced as a clearway between 4 to 7. From your knowledge, how did that work, and were you aware of the changes that were made subsequent?
So I was around at the gym before the clearway was instated. And obviously, since the clearway has been removed, I thought that the clearway was a good compromise in terms of still being able to park during those peak hours when cyclists weren't actually using the road. But the removal of the clearway has been kind of very stark. It's impossible to find a park, especially if you're going during the day or even at a later morning class.
Thank you. Were you aware did the council do any, because you've obviously been across the data, are you aware that the council did any data for that particular part of the route before they made the changes?
Not from what I could see, no.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kelly. Pawiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just reflecting on one of the things that you said with the consultation. Are you saying that there wasn't an option, or can you repeat what you said about the option to not have a clearway when you were speaking about the clearway?
Yeah, so having looked at, so obviously I'm not an expert in this area, but having kind of looked at the documents that you've put up, and at the multi-criteria analysis, I did not see an option. There were 3 options that were considered for Kaiwharawhara Road, and none of them included, from what I could see, actually retaining the parks. So, when you're assessing that, then it makes it really hard to kind of weight things appropriately.
Yeah, cool. Was there a box that said other, so you could put something else in if you wanted?
Not in what I have seen, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. I'm just asking, is there someone called Gail online, or Get, also wanting to speak to this topic? Sorry, this has been a little bit more muddly than we normally do. Get, we will allow you to have a short say, and we haven't got a heap of time now, but if you'd just like to make a few extra points, go for it.
Okay. Am I coming through?
Yes.
It's Jed Cosgrove.
Jed, sorry.
Kia ora. Nā mihi nui kia koutou I ronga I kōpapa o tō tātou me nei hui. Ko Jed tako ingoa ki te noho ahau I whanganui atara. Nō reira. Tēnā koutou tātou. Ata Mariai, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jed Cosgrove. I am a local resident, a business owner, and in Nio Village of some 25 years. I'm also a keen mountain biker and occasional road cyclist. I'm a registered architect and co-owner of Cosgrove Goodwin Architects up here in Nio. I've been operating a business from the Nio Village for over 20 years. I'm here today as a concerned resident, a concerned business owner, and a concerned customer of the local businesses along Kaiwharawhara Road. Thornton Key and in particular Sweet Gym. I think that a lot of the issues have already been raised with the problems we have with the clearways being removed, and particularly on the south side, those bollards been in place and reducing the amount of car parking. So I won't go too much into that, but what I can say is from my experience, I've been and haven't been a member for Sweat for over 10 years. Until recently, I've often frequented, obviously been to Sweat Gym, but I've also frequented, the Immigrant Sun Cafe Kai Whara, sometimes Backhouse Interiors, all of which have now scaled down, closed, or moved on to new locations, which is unfortunate. I often drive further afield into Thornton Key to visit businesses such as Ara Hardware, Resine, Wattle Paint, Soundline, Bridgestone Tyres, you have to drive to that one. VTNZ, you have to drive to that one. Lighting Direct, Lighting Plus, Service Plus, all those sorts of businesses that I deal with in my business as an architect, often meeting with clients. The businesses in these areas are more destination orientated, where it is generally impractical or inconvenient to cycle or to take public transport. The route from Kaiwharawhara Road through to Thornton Key and onto the city is predominantly used by workers. Now, that's the main point that I think you need to be thinking about. That route is not going to a supermarket, a school. It's going to and from work. It's pretty busy along between the periods of 7 a.m. to 8:30. We do see some cyclists coming down the road using the north side clearway. That's to be expected. The route is basically nobody, and believe me, the number of times I drive down there quite frequently, it's not really generally used at any other time until the morning period, and then from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. This route is typically for people going to and from work and work home. That's what it's all about. The recent modifications, unfortunately, to the Kaiwhara Road Corridor, including the removal of clearways and parking, has negatively affected the businesses, particularly Sweat. As noted above, several businesses have closed, reduced operations, or moved away. It's understandable, and I understand having clearways on the downhill side, but the uphill side, the road is only being used again in the afternoon. It's a wide road. The stretch is not generally utilised by cyclists or scooters outside of these hours.
Yeah.
Just one thing I wanted to say too.
Now, the final point, if you don't mind. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I would say I'll skip a number of things, but there was one actual point that you would talk about the data. I feel as if we've been slightly misled to some degree. When we first started to bring this up with our councillor, Diane Calvert, and she was great, by the way, and we were contacted by a couple of people from council. They gave us some information saying, and I think if I can quote here, it says our cycle counters, this is on 6th of 12/24, our cycle counters are starting to record growth already in the movements. Now, have a look at some of that data. They're only really recording what was already there, and it was coming into summer, and it was for bike going down on the north side. We questioned that, and we found out, and I won't go into it all, but we found out, and this is fact, that the counter was actually misrecording. It was actually recording cars and buses and so forth going across, not cycles. The person from council acknowledged this, saying that there was actually a number of counters that were wrong.
Yeah.
Then I've subsequently found out.
I'm really sorry, but I will probably have to stop you at that point because
okay.
we
need people to be clear, honest, and frank with us when we're actually dealing with this issue as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I believe we are having an update on the counting situation, and thank you very much for your contribution to this, to our information. We've appreciated your time. Thank you.
Okay, I'll try to be quite quick there.
Okay, thank you. Right, we will have to keep moving, sorry. So we'll invite Alex up to the table, and Alex, you actually as an individual only have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I think it's working. Excellent. Yes, thank you everyone for entertaining my presence today. I'm here to speak as an individual living in Island Bay, and I wanted to just touch on the prospect of faster speeds coming back in our city in some places. Simeon Brown was wrong to pursue this policy. I would have preferred that council officers weren't even working on this at all. It's ridiculous. Some of these routes that we're talking about have had changes to them recently, and they've employed speed reductions following local consultations that show that people want safer streets. The central government have overstepped their welcome. They should respect and support the work of local democratic processes. Faster speeds will impact new cycling infrastructure that are in place now. They require safer speeds to work properly. The configuration of the streets now cannot accommodate the higher speeds than 30 kilometres an hour, as protected bike lanes on lots of these are not continuous. People on bikes frequently, because of the design that's gone in, they frequently need to rejoin the traffic lane, re-merge with traffic, because the cycle lanes on both sides are not continuous. So they're either, that's either due to parked cars or just space constraints through the design. So people on bikes will be put in greater danger with the traffic, that if the traffic's travelling faster. That's just basic physics. Council needs to hold off making any rash changes on the behest of an Auckland man who likes to drive, and his time is very important, and he chooses to go to the gym. He's already been moved on from the transport portfolio. I wonder why. I really do support the council standing up against the return of higher speeds in our city, and I support the council generally pushing back on most of the disastrously old-fashioned and unscientific motor normative GPS on transport that Simeon Brown put together. I support making local streets work for local people. I support changes that make streets comfortable and safe for my family without them needing to get in the car. I support keeping speeds safer for people who are in cars. I would like to see the council return to working on the broader speed reduction plan work that was happening a couple of years ago, that would see more local streets lowered to 30 kilometres an hour at all times. A sensible transport policy on speed would only increase speeds above that to make it, if it was unsafe for people on outside of a vehicle, that the infrastructure allows for. Please stand up to the central government nonsense. I don't have much more to say than that. Ngā mihi. Any questions?
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Alex. While riding around, have you actually noticed motor vehicles adhering to the 30k limit since it's been changed?
I'm sorry, Ray, I'm not paying attention to that at a very technical. I'm just trying to keep myself alive whenever possible. I do notice that it's, I do notice that there are cars that do go faster than the speed limit frequently. It just gets pretty onerous to have to report all of those incidents, but it happens more often than you'd think.
Great, thank you.
I'll ask a question that's a little bit aligned to Ray. Even if people go over the speed, though, which is a temptation, I'm sure, for some, would you consider that going over the speed when it's set at 30 is a lot better than going over the speed when it's set at 50?
Well, it's of course a gradation of safety and pleasantness. If someone's going over the speed limit by 10% at 30, it's still far safer than someone going over the speed limit at 50. The safety and benefits of lower speeds, especially on local streets, is more than just safety as well. It's health and it's noise pollution. It's all sorts of things. We should be making our local streets work for local people.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions, and thank you very much. I think you've been quite clear. And thank you for your support for us to push back on this.
Kia ora, whānau.
It's been noted.
Cheers.
Thank you. Right, we will move forward to Mike Miller. Welcome, Mike. You actually do have 10 minutes as representing Living Streets. We've been able to allow that time frame in this particular meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora. Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. The last speaker mentioned transport policy, and I think it's important when we're looking at transport issues that we look at the policy background behind them. And a key thing there from the Council's point of view is the sustainable transport hierarchy, which has walkers, cyclists and bus passengers at the top, because they are the most beneficial and most efficient means of urban transport, and cars at the bottom, and that's worth bearing in mind. Looking at the speed limit reversals, the point's already been made, and I think most of the points I'm going to make have already been made, but they're worth repeating, that the increase in speed actually increases the damage done by crashes, and crashes will happen by more than proportionately. It's the square of the speed. So if you go from 30 to 50, you're increasing the energy expended in accident, and therefore the damage, the injuries, etc., by over 2.5 times. And the number of crashes increases, deaths and serious injuries increases by about 4 times. So this proposal is actually making the streets safer, and fully understand that you're working within the remits of government policy. Unfortunately, there's rationality and safety on one hand, and there's government policy on the other. And we appreciate the efforts that you've been taking to minimise the effects on the city council, on the city, and we fully support what you're doing there. Moving on to Karori connections to Glenmore Street, one of the important things about the sustainable transport hierarchy is because of the different characteristics, you segregate the different modes so that you haven't got walkers and cars mixing. You haven't got walkers and bikes mixing. Walkers go at about 5 kilometres an hour, bikes go at about 20 kilometres an hour. That actually increases the damage done, which may not be as great, but it increases by 16 times. And unfortunately, as we saw at Oriental Parade recently, that's sometimes a key issue. So the proposals you've got for options 4 and 5 for creating shared paths where there currently are separate bike and pedestrian facilities is something that we strongly oppose, because that actually increases the risk to everybody. It makes the roads less safe, and it's really depressing that you are having to spend time and energy, particularly in these straitened times, on making the city less safe. The option in the Karori connections that looks to be the best compromise, well, a reasonable compromise, is option 2, which retains the pedestrian facilities, which is important to us. But I'd ask you to bear in mind on issues like this that when we're talking about parking, we're talking about, as I've mentioned, the most inefficient use of road space. Not just when moving, but also when stationary. Cars are parked for 95% of the time. And there are other ways of getting around. From some of the stuff that's been on social media, you'd think that driving was the only way to get there. But it's important to note that the Glenmore Street entrance to the Botanic Garden has Wellington's best bus service there. The number 2, I use the number 2. I use it all the time. I don't have to bother with the timetable. It's always there, and it covers a large parts of the city. So cars, while it's important to cars, it's actually people that we're talking about moving, and that's our point of view is the safety of them is at the top of the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Now we have a question from Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, just interested in the comments around the speed differential for options 4 and 5 for Karori. You know, there's the comparison there to Oriental Bay, but with Oriental Bay, you've obviously got a straight path where this would be in an uphill context. So what speed differential are you envisioning there that would be, you know, comparable to Oriental Bay?
Well, there's an increasing number of electric bikes around, and hills don't count to them. I haven't got figures for any particular location, but typical push bike speeds are 20 k's, typical electric bike speeds are 30 k. And that's, it may not be flat, but it's straight, going up Glenmore Street. That would, if I were on an electric bike, I'd be going up there quite fast.
Do we have any further questions for Mike? No. Okay. It doesn't. Oh yes, Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora, Mike. Regardless to the speed reversal, is that your preference or your organization's preference for this committee project and for central government to step in and implement it themselves, or to write a letter and then, if no exemption granted, to implement it ourselves?
Oh, that's a tricky one. I mean, it's always my preference to work with people rather than against them. And my first line of approach would be to talk to the government rather than take a position which they could retaliate on.
I'll ask a question. I mean, it's my view that the government seriously misread the public on some of their speed limit changes they want to make. What would be your comment on that?
I absolutely agree, and it's not just public opinion, it's also the overwhelming evidence that the 30k limit is safer than a 50k limit, and that's not just in New Zealand, that's also internationally. And there's a large body of research that shows that in every urban area, it's happening all over Europe, it's happening all over Britain, it's happening even in the States in places, that a 30k or 20 mile an hour speed limit becomes the default rather than 50.
Well, also the view that we have actually done this legally and in very targeted areas and areas which actually demanded it.
I think I mean, this is not a Living Streets opinion, this is a personal opinion, but I think it's an utter disgrace the way the government has handled it, making it, they talk about the introducing the blanket speed reductions, but they weren't. As you run the table well know, they were all consulted on individually. And then they impose a blanket speed increase, and the proposal said that the Ministry of Transport couldn't say what the effects would be because there were too many individual increases that were taking place, and they were requiring enormous assessment for reductions and zero assessment for increases. That's I come back to my point about rationality in government policy.
I'll allow a question from Councillor Randall because he hasn't had one.
Thank you, Mike. You talked about the importance of policy. Is Living Streets Aotearoa aware that the speed reductions that were put in for these 3 streets was not done through a normal risk assessment and evidence-based process, but through an alternative process?
We may have been, I can't remember.
So in terms of, you know, I agree with you in terms of, you know, speed should be reflected with evidence and risk, but you're not aware that this was not what happened with these 3 streets?
But you're asking a technical detail.
Oh yeah, I just wondered, you talked about policy and I thought you might have known, that's cool.
And relying on a declining memory. So, no.
Oh, thank you very much, Mike. I think a very quick one because otherwise we're already running a bit behind.
Yep, very quick. Mike, in your travels, have you noticed that with the change of the speed limits, have you noticed that cars are actually travelling at that speed, or have you noticed any difference in their behaviour?
Well, that's anecdote, which is important, but not as good as data. I'm sure you have data on that sort of thing. But the one place I have noticed and it's difficult when you're in on urban streets where traffic is slowing up and accelerating, and there are things, people are turning. But one place I have noticed is along Cobham Drive. And almost, I quite often drive on Cobham Drive, and almost immediately after that speed reduction, people started driving at 60 instead of 70. The people, I found it quite astonishing the way that people change their behaviour without any great external influence. It suddenly became the normal de facto speed. And I've got no reason to believe the same effect doesn't apply on other city streets.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mike. We do need to keep moving. We will move now to Steve Crossgrove. Welcome, Steve. You have 5 minutes as an individual, and we'll wait to hear what you say.
Thank you. Just waiting for my presentation to turn up. Which it will within a moment.
Here we go.
Okay. Can't read it very well, but never mind. You can make it bigger. Okay. Kia ora, committee, everyone else, media, and council officers, especially forgotten corner of the room. Thank you for being here and giving me the opportunity to talk on this issue. There be dragons, I said. I can't actually come down here, see if I can read what I said. So I was walking around the waterfront one day, noticed those dragon boats sitting. Oh, cheers! Those dragon boats sitting on a random wharf up there. They're now actually on a footpath, funnily enough, but that's another issue. I asked why they were there. The answer was because the council has reopened the car park. Did anyone ask for some parking spaces to be kept aside to store dragon boats? Oh, no point. The council never listens. Just look at cycle lanes. And that is the sort of issue we've got here, is there's so much in the way of anecdotes. I mean, I've seen the list of 100-odd changes that were made to Koori connections after consultation. But some people just don't see that. And then anecdotes, when they're repeated often enough, start to become evidence. But they never are. So I decided to find some evidence. We're obviously rather short of hard evidence on this parking. And I started observing, kept some photos, just in case anyone's interested, on parking on Glenmore Street and the Gardens as I'm cycling up to the university. Lovely bike ride. And it quickly became clear that there's always parks there. Every day that I was there, all the locations identified by our officers in their report. Glenmore Street and the coupon zones, the Rose Gardens, and on the various exits in Kelburn. There every day when I went there were car parks. I got sick of taking photos of them. It was getting monotonous. So the parks are there, but there is an anecdotal idea that you can't park, just like the dragon boat story. The report we've been given is I was impressed with what can be accomplished with the new number plate recognition. It's obviously going to be a great asset in terms of getting numbers, but the short time frame the officers had for this report there was only a limit to what they could do. Then I thought of another way of getting information about the usage of the car parks up in the around the Rose Garden. We charge for them. That's handy. So I requested how many people were paying for parking, and I like these two graphs. The one on the left is giving an indication. It's only an indication. There's lots of variables. I only got this information at 2:30 yesterday afternoon. The one on the left shows the number of people paying for car parks. The maximum number is at hand, so that's the most highly used times of the car parking is on the left, and the council officers' data from their car on the right. And you can see there's actually some similarity between those two graphs. Funnily enough, they're both yellow. That's handy. The overall shape of the graphs does show some similarity. Obviously, you haven't had time to do any more thorough analysis. And I thought, well, I wonder if the number of people using the Rose Garden car parks has changed over this time. So I did a little graph of the number of people paying Well, you can see what it is, says what it is. And as you can see, there's, well, I mean, we only had charging in there for a year, just over a year, but those numbers look pretty consistent. Obviously, drop off over winter, as one would expect, but quite consistent with the officer's report. There's no evidence that there's a lack of car parks. And more information could be gained with this information over time. So you got council reports indicate that spaces are available. There's anecdotal evidence, but of course there's also contradictory anecdotal evidence. And so we need to look and see what's more reliable, what do we have empirical evidence for. It appears to me that there's an impression that there are no car parks, and perhaps people are not going to the gardens because they think they won't find a car park. Maybe, but there's no evidence that they're not going to the gardens, but that's another issue. I urge you to accept option 1 and ask officers to develop a plan to assist those who appear to be having difficulty finding car parks. In particular, councillors who identified this problem might be able to help with providing a solution. Thank you.
We are out of time. I'll just ask one quick question. You've asked officers to develop a plan to assist those having difficulty finding parks, and one of their recommendation is actually to reprioritise some parks, which is option 2, not option 1. But I take it you would be happy with that.
Yes, well, that's I've got no great issue either way, but I do wonder whether the same people who don't find parks at the moment will also not find repurposed parks. There's something else is needed, and I wonder if the council officers' time could be better somewhere else.
Thank you very much, Steve. We are out of time, but it was you've obviously done a huge amount of work to bring that information to us. Thank you very much. Now we'll move to Ben, who's online, Ben Burkhart. Ben, there's 5 minutes, and that needs to include time for questions if you'd like it to. Over to you.
Hi. Kia ora. Can you hear?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. I'm here to talk about the Karori Connectors review, and I just want to say please do exactly what your professional planners recommend, and that's all. Thank you. Okay, seriously, I'm Ben, and I've been cycling the Hutlo shared path since the parking days, as well as Sudan Keys since back in the Clearway days. I also raise one of the faster young sports cyclists in town, and she absolutely loves bike lanes. We've moved to South Karori for the mountain biking.
Frozen, Ben. Okay. I think we might have to move on. There's nothing we can do from our end with that, can we? All right, well, I think we did hear something from Ben. We may have an opportunity to come back to that. In the meantime, I would like to invite Richard up from the Thorndon Residents Association. Richard, you're welcome to be at the podium or at the table.
Madam Chair, you may not have been told that Richard and I are both speaking on behalf of the
Okay, no, that's we're very pleased to have you as well.
Introduce myself, Paul Maybe. Thank
Yes.
you.
But we will need to share the time, so there's 10 minutes.
I'm going to be the shortest. Madam Chair, you'll remember that you met with us together with Mr Hodgett some time ago, and we thank you for that. And he made clear to us in very clear terms that under no circumstances would any car parks be reinstated on the uphill part of Glenmore Street. The report from Ms Pascoe is consistent with that in the preferred option to prioritise existing parks but not to reinstate any parks. Now, can I say that the theme of the report, consistent with what Mr Hodgett said to us, is that the focus of those that are considering the advice to this committee is upon retaining the cycleway. But with respect, Madam Chair, the focus of this consideration is increasing access to the gardens. Beginning, the end point is not keeping the cycleway. And if you look at it from the point of view of how we might increase access to the gardens, then logically reinstating car parks is sensible. Now, there's a reference to, in the PASCO report, to people adapting. People from the distant suburbs don't adapt. They've got a car full of kids and equipment. They either drive there or they don't go there. There is a reference to cruise boats numbers. That's irrelevant to numbers attending the gardens. They don't drive there from a distance with their kids. They're not elderly. They're not from a rest home. The point I wish to make on behalf of the association is this. We're only talking about a very small part of the so-called network. And it's not really a network because there are many parts, there are no cycleways. We're only talking about a fraction of the cycle lanes. To reinstate the car parks is practical. Cyclists, and I can speak from experience, do share roads with cars. You see them coming down Glenmore fast with cars every morning. Between 4 and 7, they ride up the hill. For the rest of the time, that lane is hardly used. To retain it for the sake of what I think is an ideology is to have a vacant cycleway for most of the day and deny the public access to the gardens they love and they pay for. And it's not a proper approach to say we have an intention to create a certain cycleway in a city which its geography doesn't really allow for that to be effective, based on cyclist safety. Cyclists have to ride from home to join the cycleway. They have to ride in parts where there are no cycleways. They can and do share the roads with cars and can do so for 190 metres. So, ladies and gentlemen, please do not lose sight of what we're talking about. Access to the gardens, not keeping a cycleway over a fractional distance. The wider public deserve your attention to what's best for the wider public and not to protect a very, very small fraction of the public. There is a compromise. Put the cars back, have a clear way, 4 to 7. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillors.
Richard.
As chair of the Residents Association, why are we here? Because we live here. We observe here. We're very familiar with the road network here. And many members are members of the Friends of the Botanic Gardens and hear the stories of the challenges the people who are trying to get there have trying to reach the garden because of the profile of the kinds of people who use the garden for health and well-being reasons. We believe that this debate is actually about strategic alignment with the open space and recreation strategy you passed in 2023. Essentially about well-being and health and having our citizens use our assets like the Botanic Gardens. The mission of that strategy is to create a flourishing network of parks and recreation opportunities interwoven into everyday life that supports Wellingtonians to live well and to connect with nature and each other. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The next thing about the terms of reference for this report is that not all the options have been given to you. It's deficient in several ways, and particularly the option for any other solution was highlighted in the resolution you passed, and thank you, councillors, for doing that. The Association applauds your support to move that resolution. The terms of reference were broad enough, and yet, in our opinion, the report provides insufficient prominence to and inadequately explores other options that help address the imbalance and restore adequate public access. Based on the Association's awareness of place and lived experience of how our road network performs. Next slide, please. Here's the Botanic Garden. It's a big space. It's got lots of assets. This is a destination landmark, a garden of national significance and heritage values. It has 2 primary entrances on the western side in the streets we're talking about, Glenmore Street and it intersects with Tinakori Road. The red circle highlights the numerous significant assets on ground and level ground clustered in the northern area of the garden. You know a lot about some of the important assets there. I've mentioned the Begonia House, for example. The southern end of Tinakori Road and the northern end of Glenmore Street are the two thoroughfares that enable access to this part of the garden. These significant spatial relations are absent from the officer's report. Next slide, please. So I'll just highlight on that part of the map. We support the cycle lane for when it's really needed, the peak time. Reinstate off-peak parking along the segment of Tinakori and Glenmore Streets that run beside the driveway of the Centennial entrance. The prominent curbside parking is highlighted as a yellow strip there along in this map. Note that the driveway at the Centennial entrance is one way. Once you enter there, you're committed. You can't come out of the garden again and can't join the road network on the western side. And that can be a trap. If parking's unavailable in there, a driver has no option but to exit eastwards into the CBD or off to Kelburn somewhere. Next slide, please. So here's a picture of what we're talking about here. Glenmore Street was clearly in focus of this report, but this piece of Glenmore Street, the officers haven't recommended any parking, yet it was part of their terms of reference. It joins at this point with a little southern end of Tinakori Road. This piece of road has lots and lots of benefits, as highlighted here. It's a 30k road for starters. It's relatively easy gradient for the cyclists for starters. It makes huge sense to all sorts of profiles of visitors to the garden to park here to visit a whole host of assets that are in that area. The Thorndon community understands this place well, and we assert that a short extension from Glenmore Street into the southern end of Tinakori Road down to the bus stop should be a top priority. The benefits of access to many assets to the northern end of the garden for those visiting the garden by car, and they need to go by car for lots of reasons. This is a traffic-calmed segment, limited 30k. Sharrows should be planted on the road for the cyclists. The segment's less gradient, and that's advantageous to the active transport modes. Passengers disembarking cars with their buggies, picnic gear, trikes, the kiddies and so on are easier to manage them there. This segment can enable parking for at least 23 cars during off-peak times, and it enables an option to depart arterial Tinakori also through the one-way road system out to the east if drivers wish to, and they could even pick up their passengers at the Rose Garden, for example. That type of option would be easy to them. And it's also, there's some economic benefits too, because they could combine a visit to the garden with a visit to the Tinakori village, which just is a few metres down the road from this picture on the left. Thank you very much for listening to these submissions from the members of the Thorndon community.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Calvert.
Yes, just two very quick questions. First up, did officers talk to you prior to this paper being finalised? And the second one is, would you prefer 23 car parks here or just past the gates 31?
We believe that the two pieces of street, this end of Glenmore Street and the other end of Glenmore Street on the other side of the main gates, should be both considered priorities. And that's because of the way that there's another bunch of cluster of assets in the Botanic Garden, the sound shell, the duck pond, the tree house, the children's playground, which are more accessible from the more gradient end of Glenmore.
Okay.
Look at all the assets that are here. We need the two.
The officers talk to you?
The officers did not consult us on this and get our observations and facts and measures.
Okay, thank you very much, Richard. We are out of time, but thank you. And Paul, thank you. We are going to just briefly go back to Benjamin Burkett, which we lost. And I think you'd made most of your points, Ben. I'm wondering if there are questions from the committee.
I had a few points left.
Okay, all right, you go for that.
Yeah, I'll be as quick as I can. So as mentioned, I've cycled up Glenmore before with these changes, and it was outright hostile with about a dozen dangerous close passes every time. Now, both shared paths and time-dependent clearways are not at all what the labels say. Clearways will illegally be parked on at all times, blocking bike access. Shared paths have been called the Hunger Games of transport, and both are outright conflict zones. If you build conflict zones, you will get conflict. A bike network, like other networks, for example, phone or train networks, are only good when they're fully functional at all times. People ride bikes at all times and have to be safe at all times. So I recommend option 1 here, as your professionals say. On Karori Park, there seems to be rumor about car parking being needed for sports there and for school pickups. Now, just last Saturday, like so often, the off-street car parks were overfilled, while other nearby places were half empty. And a tiny bit of communication will help greatly there. The off-street car parks are also very suitable for school pickup as they are, and they allow kids to ride home from school. Plus, on winter mornings, the sun shines straight down Karori Road, and the sunstrike makes people on bikes invisible. So riding the road here is not an alternative. The alternative is the footpath and the park, but it's not a real one. So please don't trade our safety for unfounded rumors. Please keep the bike lanes and keep everyone safe and happy. Yeah, that's me. Any questions?
I don't actually see any, Ben, but thank you very much, and I'm glad we were able to hear those final points. They were useful to hear. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now we keep moving. I think we've got Frith Finch, and I'm not sure whether it's online or in person. We're looking forward to hearing from you. You have 5 minutes as an individual.
Hello. Kia ora, I've got a handout there, but I'm not going to speak to it. It's just extra information.
Thank you.
So, kia ora everyone. My name is Frith Finch. Councillors Calvert and McNulty. We've exchanged views on Facebook, so you might know me as Frith Tiaroha. Hello, I'm here as a Karori local and a heavy user of this cycle lane. Before Karori, I also lived opposite the Botanical Gardens on Glenmore Street, so I know the ground. I'm not a frequent flyer at council meetings, but I'm very invested in my cycle lane, and so you might have seen me before when I gave feedback on its design. Council actioned my feedback then, and I hope you will again. I'm asking this committee to vote for option 1, no change, for the Glenmore Street cycleway, and for option 1, time-limited parking in park car parks for Karori Park. 3 years ago, I hopped on a bike for the first time as an adult, looking for a quicker and more flexible commute. Now I use my bike for everything, and I use the Karori Connection cycle route for every trip. I began cycling on Glenmore Street 3 years ago, before the cycle lane was installed, and it was terrifying. Having no physical separation between heavy, fast traffic and slow-moving uphill bikes feels and is incredibly unsafe, and it limited the way I could use the route. I couldn't, for instance, take my daughter with me up Glenmore Street on the back of the bike before the cycleway. I'd like to emphasise how important the physical separation, the barriers, the bollards, are. Barriers can't be installed on a part-time clearway, and without them, vehicles frequently veer into cycle lanes. I see this every day. The Glenmore Street cycle lane was such a relief when installed. It provided separate space for separate road users, it let cyclists set a slower pace, and it kept us and vehicle drivers out of each other's hair. The difference has been night and day. We all deserve safe transport options, and I would like to keep this one. Your council strategies on road safety, on transport choice, and on climate change support the same. Councillors, in February, you voted for an early review and a vote for potential amendments to this route at today's meeting. You were told then that full data on the impact of the route would not be collected by today, as it was only barely completed in February. Nevertheless, we had the review and some data is now before you. That data is limited. Not all useful data could be collected, and I know this has caused some councillors some frustration. But you do have some data. Your review shows an increase in cycling along this route, and the handout shows some more data on that, and so do your cycle counters at Chaytor Street. Your review shows that parking is not at capacity either at Karori Park or on Glenmore Street. Cycling increase and impact on parking, these are the relevant points. You have multiple options to vote on, but really there are 2 choices in front of you. The first choice is to accept the data in your review as relevant and reliable or not. The second choice is how you act on the first choice. If you accept your review data, then the decision you should make is obvious. Your cycleway shows signs it's working and your parking problem is perception, not reality. No adjustments are needed, and you should vote for the status quo for option 1 and option 1. But you may have misgivings around the data in your review. Some of you have said so. There are reasons to have misgivings, and your review gives you an excellent one, page 331, to conduct a year-to-year monthly comparison of before and after bike data. A sample of at least 6 months of validated pre- and post-implementation data will be necessary to enable robust conclusions. You do not have at least 6 months of validated data. Your data is incomplete, and I trust you would prefer, given the option, not to make your decisions based on anecdote. Some of you have also voiced frustration on that. Councillors, if this is the position you are in, I think you have a way out. You do not have to make your decisions, you do have the option to make your decision based on good data. You do not have to vote for changes to the cycleway today. You have the option to vote for status quo now, option 1 for Glenmore Street, wait for good quality data to be collected, give this extremely new project time to bed in and behaviours to change, and then review with better information. The costs of making a poorly informed decision now are high. You have no allocated funds for options 2 through to 5 for Glenmore Street, and you cannot get NZTA funding. Money reallocated here cannot be spent on other high-profile public projects such as the Begonia House, very high profile, or the Karori Event Centre, important to our community. Options 2 through to 5, additionally, have safety impacts that put motorists, cyclists and pedestrians in conflict. There's been a lot said about data and anecdote and what we know and what we don't know about this route, but at the end of the day, we all just want to get around safely without unmanageable hassle or unmanageable expense. Option 1 and option 1 allow us to pursue both those ends, and I recommend them to you. Because of time, I haven't talked about Karori Park, but I can if anyone has any questions, or I'm happy to provide my own anecdata. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I think we probably are out of time for any questions, just looking at what we've got left. But thank you very much, and you've actually inspired me to have another look at at our papers. And I do see officers are recommending option 2, not option 1, but I take all your points. And thank you for making them. Right, we'll keep moving. Andrew Macbeth from Cycle Wellington. Again, actually, as you're speaking on behalf of Cycle Wellington, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of Cycle Wellington. I'm Andrew Macbeth, and I live in Karori, and I cycle in and around Karori and to the CBD. I'm a fellow of Engineering New Zealand, formerly IPENS, but today I'm speaking on behalf of Cycle Wellington about the Karori Connections cycling project. I'm a retired traffic engineer and transport planner, and I've been retired 4 years now. I've worked directly as a consultant for about 25 councils in New Zealand and NZTA on cycling projects, including writing cycling facility design guides. I've managed cycling infrastructure programs for many years in Toronto, Ontario, and in Brisbane. So, as you know, the officers have recommended option 2 for Glenmore Street and option 1 for the Karori Park changes. We think that option 1 is actually the preferred option because it doesn't cost $156,000, which we don't have as council, and that money, as the previous speaker said, could go to helping with Begonia House or Karori Event Centre, which is close to my heart, living in Karori. So our reasons for recommending option 1 for Glenmore Street, which is the status quo and no change to the parking regulations. It's the cheapest option, and it allows the intended processes of monitoring and review to continue while the project beds in and people get used to the changes. It saves at least $156,000, that's option 2, and the other options were more expensive. Option 2, recommended by officers, is not only more expensive, but it slightly increases risk to people cycling towards the city, as parking turnover on the west side of Glenmore Street, that's the downhill side, would increase, thus increasing the risk of high-speed collisions with opening car doors. In our view, there's no need to rush into this. Such fine-tuning of the parking regulations could await the proposed review after a year. However, after option 1, option 2 is significantly better than any of the other options, in our opinion. Option 3, narrowing the cycle lane near Orangi Kaupapa entrance to allow installation of 20 additional parking spaces, would make it more difficult and dangerous for faster cyclists, e.g. those on e-bikes, to pass slower cyclists that's in a narrower lane, and does little to increase parking supply, an extra 20 spaces. Well, we already know that at peak times there are 25 vacant spaces on this part of Glenmore Street. Rerouting people cycling onto the footpath, options 4 and 5, would compromise pedestrian safety while reducing level of service and safety for people cycling. Introducing a clearway from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. on weekdays, part of option 5, would provide no benefit for people cycling outside the afternoon peak, thus affecting many existing and potential cyclists. And I'm one of them. I'm no longer in the workforce. I'm cycling up and down this road whenever I need to, for errands downtown or for trips to whatever I'm doing. As part of any transport network, you want a system that works, 24/7. Traffic impacts, including changes to bicycle traffic volumes, car parking demand and turnover, and gardens visitation, should be assessed at least a full year after the completion of the installation, and that was as you originally intended. At peak occupancy, there were 25 parking spaces available on Glenmore Street, between Bowen Street and the Rigi. So there's sufficient parking, except for major events, when people, if they're not able to park there, they're still getting there. So not everybody is driving by car to get to the gardens. And I'd be interested to know how many visitors to the gardens actually arrive by other modes of transport. I think it'd be quite a lot. According to your council surveys, 93% of people cycling on Glenmore Street feel safer riding on the route after installation. So that's a pretty impressive vote of confidence and appreciation from the people using the facilities. Cycle Wellington supported the initial design, although we had some concerns about compromises over safety and continuity, but this was as an interim solution until Council was able to build the facilities in a more permanent fashion. Now, we understand that that is on hold, but we don't want to go backwards from here. So for Kurori Park, I won't go into details there. Councils are proposing to introduce some time limited parking there in the off-street parks. I think that's fine. It was worked as originally planned. I did a survey there yesterday morning and the morning before. The cafe was closed on Monday, open yesterday. There were about 40 cars parked in the off-street car park on Kurori Road. There were about 10 people using Kurori Park at the time. So I think most of those cars parked there are for bus users. They're park and ride. And so putting limited parking, 3-hour parking, particularly in the weekends when the parking demand is high, may help. Just want to quote from some of our members. Alicia: I live over the hill in Markra Village and in Kurori most days. I freaking love it and I don't use it. The amount of kids I've seen tearing along it, living their best lives, makes me smile every time I think about it. People of all ages and stages are using it, and there's a better traffic flow. Win-win. I also say this as someone impacted by removal of car parks, and I still say keep the cycleway. One day I hope to be able to get an e-bike so I don't have to drive up for the bus. They haven't even given them a chance for people to adapt to them. So that's the bike lanes. Kate: I love bike lanes too. Keeping people safe as they ride bikes is the best way to encourage bicycle riding. That means more cars are off our roads, which multi-solves some of our society's most pressing problems: respiratory illnesses and deaths caused by vehicles. thousands per year, keep people active and thus reducing stress on our hospital systems, reducing congestion in our capital city, reducing noise and enhancing amenity values all around. What's not to love? Grant says, they're awesome. So much safer riding from town to Makara and back. So thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of Cycle Wellington. Does anybody have any questions?
We do, from Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, we've been hearing a lot about clearways, and I guess I'm just interested in the perspective of you talked about yourself as a kind of an out of commuter hours, but I'm also kind of aware of advocacy around particularly children and women whose trips might be different. And if you've got any comment to make about the adequacy of clearways as an alternative.
Yeah, well, first of all, during the clearway, there's no parking there, so they've still got the motor vehicles travelling at speed, and the speed differential is quite a bit if you're like me, travelling on an old-fashioned bike with no motor to it. So, and you're getting on in years, which some of us are. So yeah, the speed differential is higher, particularly for uphills. And so that's the very nice thing about the existing facility, is that you're physically separated by the separator. And so the speed differential, while there, you've got that distance separation for a start, so you don't feel quite so intimidated. So, yeah, and we know that there's only a certain amount, not all cycling occurs during the peak periods because it's not all commuters. And I guess increasingly we've got, I think about 25% of our population is in the workforce, and not all of them are working sort of 9 to 5 jobs or 8 to 5 jobs. So yes, potentially there are a lot of trips done outside those peak periods, and I think for the new demographic that are on their bikes now, I mean people on e-bikes, some of the cargo bikes, they're carting their families with them, their children. So it's a broader demographic now, and the e-bikes have really been a game changer. They help some people go faster, but they just help some people get out there and ride a bike, which I think is great.
Well, I think we probably are out of time, but thank you very much, Andrew. You've made some very good points. Right, so we will move to our last submitter, who's Brendan Horsley, I believe, on behalf of the residents of Lemnos Ave. And as you're representing others in a group, we are allowing you 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. As the Chair has just noted, I am representing other members of Lemnos Ave. Behind me, I've got Penny Hopkins, Regan Hopkins, Brenda Turner, Edith Kerwood, and Gay Sarank. And we're all, as you may have gathered, very interested in this particular submission. Can I just give you a little bit of context? This may not seem like the most important matter on your agendas today, but for the residents of Lemnos Ave, it is a very significant matter. We live in a small cul-de-sac going off Homewood Ave, and the current proposal is for a road stopping outside number 7 Lemnos Ave. Both sides of Lemnos Ave have a road reserve that runs up each side, obviously, and it's a small street with a tightly held neighbourhood, residents who have been there for donkey's years, basically, residents who have raised families there, residents who have retired there after raising families. It's a street that needs its parking. We've got residents with disabilities, and as I've mentioned before, the elderly. It's also a street that has enormous street appeal. It's beautifully maintained, it has lovely gardens running up and down the side of it, and is a street that I think is an excellent reflection of this council's policies around using road reserve as a means of beautifying the city. And I think Lemnos Ave is probably a classic example of that. So we have objected to to the road stopping outside number 7 Lemnos Ave, and can I just, in your documents, if you turn to page 30, you'll see that there is a photograph of the end of Lemnos Ave with the proposed road stopping marked in red. You'll see that the proposed road stopping is already in gardens, and the application for road stopping by the applicants, the residents of, or not residents, but the owners of number 7, is purportedly at least for the purpose of gardens, which seems to be an existing purpose. Our concerns are probably threefold. First, that there is a real likelihood granting the road stopping will significantly diminish the street appeal of Lemnos Ave. Second, if granted, it will limit the options for a turning circle on Lemnos Ave, and I'll come back to that. And thirdly, if the stated purpose of the applicants is to maintain the land as a garden is correct, then the status quo, i.e. leaving it as as an encroachment, preserves both the street appeal and options for a turning circle should it be required in the future. And our submission really is that this is the most consistent outcome with council policy and strategy. All of you, I suspect, will be familiar with road stopping and the reasons for it. And council staff have said that the determining factor of whether a road stopping is offered to the applicant is council's need to retain the land for operational purposes. We would accept that there's probably little need for council to retain the road reserve in that entire street for operational purposes. But that is overly simplistic and inconsistent with the council's road encroachment and sale policy. And that is, primarily, road reserve contributes positively to the overall look and feel of Wellington. And that is the crucial point here. It's a concept that's repeated in many of council's documents and statements about enhancing the street appeal of neighbourhoods. And what we say is that in circumstances where the return to council is minimal and the effects on the neighbourhood are significant, then the balance should favour retaining the land in council's possession and retaining the status quo. I'd like to briefly, very briefly, obviously, address three matters: the history of this application, the failure to consider the positive contribution of the road reserve at a micro or neighbourhood level, and the effect of the turning circle. Very briefly on the history, the current applicants actually previously owned number 9 and number 7 Lemnos Ave. They made an application previously in 2014 to stop the land outside number 7. A condition of that road stopping application back then was that land be reserved outside number 9 for the purposes of a turning circle. The applicants did not go ahead with that proposal at that time, and it's not surprising really, because the creation of a turning circle outside number 9 would have had significant detriment effect to that property. It would have meant the removal of the garage that you see there in the photo, the creation of retaining walls, and effectively the destruction of the front access. They sold number 9 in 2021. Unfortunately, there has been issues with the sale of that property. It's been a leaky home, and there's current litigation around it. In 2023, one of the previous owners mentioned to one of the owners of our street that she wanted to build townhouses on number 7 to the maximum height so the new owners would lose sunshine and views. And regrettably, we think that's what's driving this application for the road stopping. And I know that's not really a matter for this council to determine, but when it's compared to the stated purpose, which is one of gardens, and how that stated purpose could be met by retaining the status quo, we think it's important. On the positive contribution of the road reserve, as we've already mentioned, the current road reserve has resulted in a well-maintained street frontage. But Council has said that there is a low impact from this potential road stopping and explained that this was based on a whole-of-city approach compared to other decisions made by Council that impact constituents across the entirety of Wellington City. That's at page 18, paragraph 3 of your documents. We challenged that logic on the notion of applying a whole-of-city approach to a neighbourhood. And the reply was an assertion that, well, the proposal was considered in 2014 and 22, it would have been considered at a neighbourhood level, and street appeal would have been considered. Note the conditional would have. We doubt that assertion. An Official Information Act we made revealed no such discussion or assessment, and despite raising the street appeal, we've seen no evidence of anything other than it being considered on a macro level, i.e. it's a small issue, a little road stopping on a little cul-de-sac. Compared to the rest of council business, it is of low significance. And to be fair, perhaps that was based on an assertion that the proposal was one of gardens. We suspect it's not, but if it maintains it in gardens, i.e. by retaining the status quo, then admittedly it will have a low impact. More importantly, I suppose, if the road stopping outside number 7 goes ahead and there is development on Lemnos Ave, it has effectively prejudged and predetermined the issue of a turning circle. It means that the turning circle can only happen outside number 9 Lemnos Ave. It will have those significant detrimental effects. However, we say if a turning circle was necessary on Lemnos Ave, then outside number 7 is in fact ideal. It's flatter, it's an easier access, and would have less detrimental effects on the property. We've been told by council staff that that's a matter for planning for later on. But of course, if it happens now with the road stopping, we will have no ability to make a further submission about a different or alternative location.
Brendan, I just need to remind you, we're running out of time, so we just need to make the last few points.
I can stop there actually, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
I don't think we've got time. It'll have to be amazingly fast.
Thanks very much for this. When you're turning a car around at the end of Lemnos now, is it possible to do a 3-point turn? I'm looking at the image there. Is it possible to do a 3-point turn, or do you have to go back and forth multiple times to actually turn?
A 3-point turn can be done there.
Yep.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. That's been useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors.
Now, we've come to the end of the public participation, and before morning tea, we were actually going to have our deal with the paper 2.1, item 2.1, which I have asked Councillor Chung to move. Is there anyone who would like to ask any questions of officers? We are actually making a decision on this next week. So I personally feel we could leave the questions to next week. Councillor, I have a question. For officers? Yes, okay. No, you can ask it now.
Thank you. Can you just explain, given there's a submission that was written in July 2024, why has it taken this amount of time to come before us?
So the process, obviously, if you've seen the objections that have been attached to the report, they are quite lengthy, so we have been working through those each time, so it does take a while to collate all of that information and discuss with other teams and get a response back. And then there is also wait time, waiting for responses back to us. We were hoping to take this earlier, but the timeline for the public participation didn't mesh with the objectives calendars, so we have pushed it further out to assist with that.
I just don't quite understand, because like we're doing long-term plan consultation and we're being reported back within a month of that. So I'm just curious to understand still why it's taken 9 months to get to us because this letter, the letter they wrote was in July last year.
Yeah, and we've had multiple back and forths since then. So we've corresponded several times.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no further questions, I'll invite Councillor Chung to move the paper with the recommendations, and we'll find out who's going to second.
Yes, I would like to move this. I thought that the information given was actually very good. It didn't actually detail it down here, but listening to the submission, I think that we should actually consider that. And
thank you.
Consider that, yeah.
Do we have a seconder for the paper? I'm happy to second. Is there any debate? The recommendations are that we receive the information and thank the oral submitters.
Chair, I think we should just note it's not next week we're making a decision. It looks like it's the next...
I beg your pardon. It's next meeting. Next committee meeting. I think, sorry. It's his next committee meeting, which isn't until next month. And we're also being asked to advise submitters that we'll consider the matter and make a decision on whether to uphold any objections at the next available meeting of the Regular Processes Committee, which is sometime in May. I don't really have anything to add as a seconder. Is there any further debate? No, we don't need, no need for a right of reply, I don't think. So we will vote. Anyone don't think there's any need to take it separately? We'll vote on those recommendations. And that is unanimous. So thank you to everybody who's come for that matter. And we'll move on to morning tea. a few of the hopefully more straightforward papers. So I have asked Liz to move item 2.2, the proposed road closures. Do we need to ask questions of officers? I think this paper is actually fairly straightforward. We've been asked to approve 2 road closures for events that are taking place in the area of the Basin Reserve. Don't think there's a huge need to ask questions. Can we just move to, Liz, would you like to move the paper? I just move it. And
Yes, I'd like to move this paper and support the recommendation of the officers.
Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Calvert? Do you want to speak? No? Is there any further debate? Mercifully not. No need for a right of reply. Let's vote. Okay, we also, Abdurrahman, Councillor Abdurrahman. And that is carried. So we'll move to item 2.3, which is new community recreation leases and subleases. I had asked Councillor Abdurrahman if he'd like to move this paper. Are there any questions of officers on any of the matters in this paper? No. I see you there, though, so thanks for coming. Councillor Abdurrahman, would you like to move it? I think these are also fairly simple, and over to you.
Kia ora whānau. This is about a lease to Mirima Rangers Football Club. And Mirima Rangers, they have more than 800 members, and they've been in existence since 1907, more than nearly 120 years now. So it's my pleasure even to move this paper today when my favorite club, Arsenal, won Real Madrid 3-0. And this is my tribute to Mirima Rangers and wishing them good luck in coming games, which they are starting in 2 weeks' time. The season is starting, and wishing them good luck, and all of you support this paper and giving them, extending their lease for 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor McNulty. Do you wish to speak? No. I'll just quickly say that these are all going out for consultation anyway and only take place as long as we have a positive response from the public, which we generally do. So I think I'll just leave it there. No, do you need a right of reply, Councillor Abdurrahman? Right, again, to the vote. And that's carried. And just a word of thanks to our very competent officers in this space. Thank you for all that you do. I'll come to that. Now we're moving to the traffic resolutions, item 2.4. Councillor McNulty is planning to move these.
Yeah, thank you. I was planning to move. There was some variation around the Ganges Road one, but I was interested in getting some feedback on, and I have to admit I didn't get time to do that. So I guess I will leave it up to the councillors from that ward around the table if they did want to put up some of those changes that were on 2.3, but otherwise it's just a small sample of traffic resolutions. Pretty well supported. Few frequent flyers who've come in through our digital channels to submit in opposition to these changes, regardless of what the changes are, even ones where car parks are being put back in and the like, which is unfortunate because it distorts the stats that we get at a high level about support for these changes. But can't stop that. People are entitled to have their view, regardless of whether they read what we're putting in front of them or not.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? I'm happy to second if nobody else is putting their hand up. I don't see any real strong opposition to these traffic resolutions, and I'd note that one has actually been taken off the table because presumably it did need more work or there was significant opposition. I'm very comfortable to approve these myself. Is there any further debate? Okay. Any right of reply? No? We'll move to the vote. Anyone want to take anything separately? Or did you want to? No. And that again is carried. Sure. We're just going to take a quick adjournment because Councillor Kelly has something to. reconvening the meeting briefly with all of us here, and but this is actually just to announce that we are taking a further adjournment because we've got some work to do on an amendment to make sure it complies legally. And a member does want to bring it. So I'm sorry to everybody else for the inconvenience, but we will, having re-adjourned, we will now, having reconvened, we will now re-adjourn until 1:25. So go and have the chance to do something else. Just to announce that we have decided to defer item 2.6 and 2.8 to another committee meeting. So we're going to be moving on with 2.7. I've announced that we are deferring two. That's my intention. One is going to have to, the motorcycle paper, the committee wasn't in a position to easily make a decision, and we were charged with something from the LTP committee we were charged to find a way to implement motorcycle parking. That's proved to be quite difficult for this committee. We've resolved to send it back to another committee. We would prefer it eventually goes to the LTP committee for reconsideration, since they sent us it in the first place. There is a process for that, and that's being explored now. The other committee, the other paper, there's been a request to defer it because there's a need to look at an amendment which has come from Councillor Calvert. I have reluctantly agreed to support that, coming to essentially defer it to our next committee meeting. That, however, is open to challenge, and I'll just wait to see how that plays out. Right now, we're moving on to item 2.7. 2.5.
I think it was from the chief executive has agreed to withdraw, so my mic's not working. So it wasn't.
Was that the case, Salisi? Okay. He is nodding. That has been withdrawn and will come to another committee. Okay. Alrighty. So we will move on with item 2.5, which is the compliance with the speed limit rule, speed limit reversals. And actually, I will invite Brad Singh to the table to introduce that paper. And soon, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora, councillors. I have Sun Tek Kong here with me today, and in front of you is a paper illustrating our requirements under the legislation of the speed limit rule 2024. And I think this paper is quite self-explanatory with recommendations. Happy to answer any questions based off that paper.
Do we have it? We do have some questions. So Councillor Abdurrahman, then Councillor Randall.
Kia ora, Brad, and I was asked by the community regards to the cost of reversing back those 3 streets. It says 150k, and in the Q&A it seems a bit different figure. Could you please run me through and how that costs 150?
Yep, so the paper has an allowance of 150k, where we've allowed for flexibility depending on what's decided here at committee. To implement the speed changes was around about 40k. So the 150k, we do expect that it'll come in significantly under that mark, but it does give an indication of how much we potentially could be spending on speed limit reversals. But I do suspect that it will come in drastically under.
Councillor Randall.
I have a follow-up question.
Oh, you have another one?
Yep.
Okay, you have your second one.
The second question, Brad, is that if we reverse it back to 50 kilometer in those areas with the speed bumps that we have, how safe that would be, or does that mean we need to also do some work around making it safe to the standard of driving 50?
I think, look, I'll ask Sun to jump in here at some point, but I think what you effectively will be in as a situation councillor is you'll have a street that has been designed for an environment that is 30k. So the road layout changes that were undertaken through the bike network plan incorporated a 30k speed limit. Our safe systems assessments, our road safety audits that were undertaken for those projects hinged off the speed limit being 30k at the end of the project. Should we have sections of that road go back to 50k, the ultimate situation that we find ourselves in is that it's no longer enforceable to ensure that people drive 30k. It means that people can drive 50k in those sections of road without necessarily any implication in terms of enforcement and fines and the police. Does it mean that inherently the street is unsafe or more unsafe? I think that we would probably need to do a follow-up safety audit to be able to answer that accurately.
Another one?
You can put me back if you want to.
Okay, Councillor Randall will come back.
When these speed limits were first implemented as part of the bike network plan, were they implemented using the standard NZTA process or an alternative method?
Councillor Randall, we did use an alternative method, which is looking at the place and movement criteria of the area, and decided that the conclusion was to be 30 kilometers per hour based on that alternative method.
Yeah, so under the old speed management rule, which was the legislation that we were operating under when these speed changes were done, there were two ways that speed limits could be reduced. One was through a speed management plan, and the second was the alternative method. So those were the two methods that were available to us. The current speed management or the current speed limit rule has different methods associated with it, with benefit cost analysis and those sorts of things associated.
The alternative method actually was allowed in the 2022 speed limit setting rules, whereas that has been changed and removed.
So under the 24 speed limit rules, there are different rules for setting speed limits compared to the alternate method.
Yes. That's
that
correct.
have include like this risk analysis and such like.
Yes, it was done under the One Network framework based on movement and place. So those criteria were adopted by Council in 2023, end of 2023, and that was the follow-on from this 2024 speed limit rule change. We have to follow that process.
And so I'll go back on the list so Councillor Abdurrahman can.
Did you have another question?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So if this committee reject the recommendations or the government unfunded directives, does that mean the government will step in and they just implement it? However, who will be responsible for the safety audit to follow up in making this street safe?
I think there's two questions there, Councillor. The first question is if we reject this. I don't think that as a council we have a position that we can take that says we reject the law. It is law, so I think we would have to do what central government has asked us to do or told us to do. I think the follow-up question to that is if we don't do it by the date that we're supposed to do it, can the government come in and do it instead of us? Yes, there is allowance for NZTA to come in and do it over and above us and just implement the changes. And then I think your second question was around whose obligation it is to look at safety audits post the change. I think that as these are local roads, these are under the jurisdiction of the Road Controlling Authority of Wellington, which is us. And so the obligation of ensuring safety on the roads is a council obligation. So it would be us to undertake safety audits of the road.
Sorry, I lost the train of my thought. Have you had your question answered? Okay. Councillor Foon.
I've heard that other councils or another council has been able to not do the speed reversal because they've had a speed management plan. Is that an approach that this council could take in this situation?
Deputy Mayor Foon, the process that we have to follow is we have to consult with NZTA or engage with NZTA and put forward a proposal that we want to engage with the community. That, depending on whether this is okay to proceed, then we have to do a benefit cost analysis, then submit to NZTA and the public to look at, and they would then put in submissions for officers to review and provide feedback. Then the process follows on to see, whether NZTA will support that change.
Yeah, so ultimately, Deputy Mayor, there just isn't enough time. The legislation is that these speed limits need to be reversed by the 1st of July. The process that Sun's just described is the process of a speed management plan. We just don't have enough time to do a speed management plan by the 1st of July.
Okay. One more question, Chair. So just if there is a fatality, who takes responsibility in this case?
Fatalities on our local roads are the responsibility of our council, which this council has delegated to the chief executive, who's then sub-delegated it to certain members of council staff. So any fatality on the road, the process would be that it goes through a police report, then goes through the coroner's court, and the coroner's court will determine as to what the root cause of the fatality was. If they identify that the root cause of the fatality was a deficiency with the roading network itself and not necessarily as a result of poor driver behavior or poor user behavior, then it is our council that would need to answer for that deficiency on the roading network.
So just to go into that a little bit, so if it was found that it was a speed-related incident that caused a fatality, who would the council still have to take responsibility for that, even though the government has enforced this change?
I think there's two parts to that. One is a speed-related incident where somebody's speeding above the posted speed sign or above the posted speed limit. That wouldn't be a council issue. That is someone breaking the law, and that would be something different. The other one, I think that what you're referring to is someone driving faster than they could have been driving on that street. I think that that's a really difficult thing for a coroner to make an adjudication on, in terms of, in the current legislation, if that street's identified speed limit is 50 kilometers an hour, I think the coroner would struggle to tie that to if only the street was 30 kilometers an hour, because the current legislation doesn't really indicate that it should be.
Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, look, I've got a question about the number 4 in red. Do officers interpret that meaning that we don't support the reversal of all speed limits, or just in relation to these 3 streets? Because it's just the way it's worded, it looks like it's a general one rather than a specific one.
Officer interpretation of that is that this committee does not support the reversals as indicated in the legislation. It's not, that particular statement does not specifically refer to the 3 streets in question. It seems like it's a blanket statement.
Okay, and shouldn't there be? I don't know how we can note something that we haven't agreed.
You vote against that.
But I don't know whether it's a legal amendment, because how can we note something that we haven't agreed to? It says note that the committee does not support the reversal, but we haven't agreed on that.
Councillor, I think Councillor Free might be right here, is by voting on that you'll decide whether you agree with that statement or not.
All right. Is that the end of the questions?
I will challenge it. Just
okay, Councillor Randall.
When were officers aware of this requirement in the 2024 rule that would mean these things could prospectively be reversed?
We were first made aware when the speed limit rule came out for consultation, which we provided a submission on as a council, and then we were aware that there was a need for us to definitely do this when the speed limit rule came into force, which was October last year.
October 2024. Okay. You've outlined that under the current rules, we could reassess the roads, but there isn't time to do that. Can you outline why we weren't informed last year about this rule change, and therefore we might have had a chance to address the safety issues under the new rules?
I'm not sure what it is that you're asking.
I'm asking
Councillor.
why was it, given that officers knew this in October 2024, why wasn't it brought to our attention, 6 months ago, when there may have been other options that we could explore before we run out of time?
Are you talking about specifically the legislation had changed, or what the impact of the legislation change was?
I'm talking about when you knew that the rules had changed.
I'm not sure that this is actually, I think I might be going to rule this question out of order, because there's been a lot of work done to decide what streets actually still are caught up in this requirement to change the speeds. And then this paper has come to us, and it might have been that we were perfectly happy to agree with this process, and because we're not so happy to agree with this process, we'll then start the next stage. So I don't think that there is actually a question to be asked here that's relevant to our paper, to be really frank. I'm going to rule it out of order. Are there any other questions? Councillor
I've got another
Abdurrahman.
question.
All right, you may have another question.
Okay. If, given we can't do it ourselves, if they do it themselves, do they pay for it?
I'm uncertain of that, Councillor Randall. I don't think that it's necessarily been done in any other council where there's a precedent that's been set. So I'd be guessing in terms of what the likelihood is that we would probably have to pay for it.
Okay. And did I have a question over there? Was it Councillor Abdurrahman?
Yes, I'm just following up from the previous question, and the reason this is important is that when we made some of the changes currently in place, do we know this reversal is coming?
I can't answer that, but maybe the officers can.
Councillor, the reversal only came into force in October last year. So any decisions that you made on the bike network plan prior to that were still legitimate decisions that you made, because there was no law change at that point. It's only that the law changed in October last year, and that's when the ability for us to make speed limit changes was drastically reduced, and I don't think you've been asked to make any speed limit changes since then.
Isn't that the right thing, though, to come straight away after that speed reversal later from the ministry, to come to this council to revisit some of the decisions that we have already made, because now it will have a significant impact if we have to reverse some of that, what we have already done?
Correct, Councillor, and that's what we're doing right now. So when the legislation changed, we had to go away and do the work to try and figure out which roads actually fell within COE of the legislation and which ones would be impacted. It wasn't necessarily as simple as just a list of here's all the roads that we did and these roads now need to be reversed. There's a whole process involved around looking at adjacent land usage and whether things have changed. There's a process involved in terms of identifying what sort of activity street or urban connector or what type of one network framework street this is. So it did take a bit of time, and perhaps we could have done it faster, but as you'd be aware, there have been a lot of things that have been happening over the past few months in the transport space.
Thank you. When did you find out the 3 streets are the one that we need to be doing the reversing?
Probably about a month ago, when I sent a councillor advisory saying that these are the 3 streets that are going to change prior to the paper being released.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think we've given you quite a thorough lot of questions. Thank you for answering them. Thank you. I am going to hand over to Councillor Rogers to introduce this paper. Move the paper.
Kia ora, colleagues. Just to start off with, I circulated a draft letter that is mentioned in this amendment, and I've also shared it with Democracy Services. I'll just table that letter and also thank Councillor Free and other councillors around the table who assisted in drafting it. I also wanted to thank the voices who came in this morning, Alan, Mike and Alex, for talking about the need for safe speeds in this area. And I think it has been well canvassed, particularly in that letter I have helped Councillor Free orate the evidence that even NZTA relies on for some of their speed changes. And that evidence talks about the likelihood of fatality when speeds are increased from 30 to 40 and when they're increased from 40 to 50. And the likelihood of a fatality with an incident, particularly on these streets that have high numbers of children and other vulnerable road users, is an increase of 4 times. And so really what the rules here are asking us to do is spend $150,000 making roads 4 times more deadly for a community that is very happy with the speeds as they are. And I think it's important that we are able to push back on that. And I think, you may read this as being somewhat combative with the Minister, but I think this is an opportunity where we can work together. We can say, actually, we understand that your desire was to do X, Y, Z, but actually if you look at this scenario, we want to save you $150,000. Our ratepayer is $150,000, and we also want to save lives. And I think that is an argument that cannot be ignored by the Minister. I also wanted to thank the ward councillors as well, who have been doing a lot of work talking to their communities, and there were some voices that did come through very recently from Mark Potter, who is the principal at Berempore School, right down the road from where these speed increases are. He said they really do have grave concerns as to why this would be allowed. And that, referencing the speed changes previously, we've worked with council, we've come to a really good solution here, and we don't see any value in increasing these speed limits. That's just one example. There's another example from the Alexandra Rest Home. There's some examples from early childcare centres. And I think we've also heard from people who live or whose children attend schools in the community this morning. So in preparing this amendment, I think it has also been really heartening to hear not just about the safety elements, not just about the cost elements, but also about how the lower speeds have actually made it more fun to live in the community, where people feel like actually the road space isn't something that's incredibly dangerous. They don't have these fears where they have to lock their children behind a gate. They just know that there are at least some slower speeds around the area. It makes it easier for their children to socialise. It makes it easier for them to socialise, whether it's talking to their neighbour over the car noise or just allowing children to meet each other in the street. And so I would really encourage you to support writing a letter to the Minister. For those of you who are super interested in the legality of it, there is an option there that if we really must do this, it still happens, so we are minimising our legal risk. But I think we owe it to our community to have that conversation with the central government and say, this is really a win-win. We can all get something out of this, and it doesn't have to cost us any money at all. And as the Chair was going to be writing this letter, she has asked to second this motion.
Yes, I thank you. And I am very pleased to second this, this motion with its amended substantive. I grew up on these streets, and I just cannot believe that out of the government's desire to change speeds, we've landed on these particular stretches of these particular streets as the ones where the speed has to go back to 50 kilometres an hour. I think we heard from our submitters about these streets. Rintoul Street, we've managed to somehow get a cycleway in there, and we've actually given back some room to the buses. But to do that safely, it needed to be at a slower speed. And I cannot believe that people are even going to want to drive 50 kilometres up there, to be honest. There is Alexandra Rest Home, there is Village at the Park, there is a hospital not so far away, there's Newtown School, there's South Wellington Intermediate, there's Berempore School, there's a park, there's people wanting to cross the roads. There's a lot. It's quite a densely populated area where there's just people out on the streets because they don't actually have a lot of back gardens, doing things, walking their dogs, kids playing. It's just totally the wrong place in my mind for it to be put back to 50. And I can only hope that actually the government will see some sense in this because it's costly. And what I can predict, is if we put it back to 50, we will be dealing with people coming to us, asking us to revisit it and put it back to 30 again. And it just seems to me like going round in circles, very unproductively, very expensively, and actually heart-wrenchingly agonising for residents who have to contemplate the risk that their families will be put at. One thing I've noticed since I've been on council is people actually support our lower speeds. I remember the Karori Residents Association coming in to talking to us about a variety of things, and the thing that they actually emphasised was, we are happy with our slower speeds. We love the slower speeds. And they didn't need to say that. They said a lot of other things that they weren't quite so happy about, but they really emphasised more than once, we like our slower speeds. And I think the government's really making the wrong call on this. I really don't think they've got the support from the community that they might think that they're going to get. So I'm very happy that we actually write a letter to them. A submitter this morning made the point that it's always good to talk, it's always good to try and work together. Maybe there's room for them to show a bit of flexibility, I can only hope so. But thank you, Councillor Rogers. I'm more than happy to write and send the letter. We've already sort of written it, but send the letter that has been prepared. And thank you also to local ward councillors, both of who have been completely on the page with this. Thank you to Councillor Abdurrahman, who's done a lot of work and actually put up an amazing Facebook post to get the opinions of the community. And I can say that honestly, I think 100% of them were giving reasons why they want these speeds to stay at 30 kilometres an hour. Next on the list, I've got a few actually. I've got the Deputy Mayor, I've got Councillor McNulty, Councillor Randall.
Yeah, kia ora, and thank you, committee, for having me. And I've been hovering around today, but I can tell you that I feel very anxious about this situation we're being forced into. So just on behalf of my community, and I do want to thank Councillor Abdurrahman for putting the call out, but yeah, the community has been clear that it does not support this reversal. And our submitters this morning talking about a blanket approach in a very nuanced environment, and Sarah, you've outlined why that environment is just got so many, it's a lived-in street. But actually what I wanted to read out was a text that came through this morning from someone that lives in our area. And she has said, so if you'll bear with me, but I think it's very important because it's quite different to what we've heard. Please feel free to quote me. I was driving through Berhampore last Sunday late afternoon when a beautiful child, maybe 4 or 5 years old, who was playing with a group of kids next to the road, stepped out onto the road directly in front of me. I was able to brake in time, but only just. It was terrifying, sobering, and it happened very quickly. The child circled back onto the footpath and we continued on our way. I have absolutely no doubt that if we had been travelling faster, the outcome would have been entirely different. It was the closest I've come to hitting someone with a car, and the heartbreak that could have happened doesn't bear thinking about. Our kids need to be safe, our cyclists need to be safe, and our drivers need to be safe too. Lower speeds protect all of us.
Thank you. Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, just firstly, a thank you to the officers. I think the original list of roads was in somewhere in 30 or 35, so to get it down to 3 in a sense is quite an achievement. Nonetheless, that doesn't make it any less of a bitter pill to swallow, and I know Auckland are facing a far worse outcome at the moment, but regardless, these 3 roads are just objectively stupid, and this is stupid policy that we're having to entertain today. I take the point that the previous government passed reforms in a way that was a bit blunt, and there were some silly speed limit changes that were made, in rural areas. But this government has just followed form and has been equally reactive and equally blunt, and 2 wrongs don't, come to a right on this. So our ratepayers have to waste their money. we get some speed limit changes that the community generally doesn't want from the party that told us localism was going to be back into local government, and we have to deal with time and energy on these stupid things. So look, thanks to Councillor Rogers especially for sort of heading up on this one. It's been an incredibly busy week, so as the Chair and Deputy, it was nice to be able to go, Geordie, can you take the lead on this, knowing that you've got the feeling of where the committee is sitting, and you've done well on that in the letter that you and the Chair have written as well. So just really happy to support it, and just unfortunate we're in this situation where we're just wasting our time and wasting our money.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
This is an unusual thing, really. I think everyone around the council table wants safe roads and safe speeds. But picking up on a point partly glossed over by Councillor McNulty, the previous government was very blanket that safe roads meant 30km/h roads, and orientated their Road to Zero program towards that. Heavily subsidised things like raised pedestrian crossings that slowed traffic to 30k. So we got the ridiculous situation along Thorningkey of having officers propose 6 of them on a main arterial road with a fire station and an ambulance station there. And this committee rightly took some sense and took some of them out because it was stupid and blanket rules. These roads were done under the same type of rules. Under the new rules under 2024 that are introduced by the government, they are requiring significant other elements to setting road speeds, like evidence and benefit cost analysis, and seeing that the trade-offs that are being made are properly demanded. Look, I'm quite sure that Rintoul Street would meet all of those criteria, and it's very unfortunate that even though we knew that there were potentially roads affected 6 months ago, we've now run out of time to actually do the proper process, gather the evidence, put it through our own standards, and consult with the community. If this was done and put to us 6 months ago, I would have thought that would be the way we would have gone forward. Establish road speeds based on risk and evidence. Because under the rules where these road speeds were made, those were not required. And I think it's totally reasonable that we should set lower speeds on that basis. I mean, slower speeds are not always sensible to make a city work. We had a speed management plan that was going to lower almost all of the roads in Wellington to 30k's, and I put it to you, if you put that out to the public, not only would most people reject it, but you would also have some key players like the ambulance service and the fire service who need to get somewhere quickly for safety reasons. So we've got to do these things on point, and I don't agree that we should, with either 3 or 4, I think we should ask for some more time so we can do it properly, and then just do it properly, because that's the right way to do things. Thanks.
Thank you. Just in your 3 minutes. Well done. Anyone else would like to speak? Yes, Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whanau. I think it's really important to bring the community's perspective into this, and I put a Facebook group, Berhampur Peeps, Island Bay Peeps, and Island Bay community. And the community seems to be, the view in the community seems to be diverse when it comes to speeds. However, around schools, play areas, shops, it's unanimous. And in honesty as well in this one, it's a bit tricky. Even though some of us, we say at the beginning, because of maybe how the number was put in by mistake, and thanks to the community again for highlighting that mistake, it doesn't include the school areas, but it's very close to the school. And again, around Wakefield Park, which is a lot of movement, not less than the school itself. And the majority are in support of not reversing back, but there are some who said this. 30 around the shops, the schools, looks good, and we should support it. Keep the rest at 50 and reverse them back. I'm just bringing what some of the community members say, but the majority, as most of you have seen in that post, they also sent me a lot of emails. They are in support of keeping 30 kilometers an hour. Without making too much of the politics out of it, I think this one we will try our best in sending the letter to the central government with a view that they can make an exemption. If not, we need to find a way moving forward, because that road, whether we like it or not, is not fit for 50k per hour. A lot of speeds, and that's something that I want to see from our officers, is that I'm not sure if we reverse it back to 50, we are going to do a lot of work and going to be a lot of money we need to be spending on that. That includes reviewing some of the straight change we recently put on. And we need to be ready for that one. That's not something the community is ready for, but we need to, it's a must, we need to look at back. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we might have come to the end of the speaking list, so I'll hand back to Councillor Rogers for a right of reply.
Yeah, just one of the things that I just quickly wanted to address was a kind of around the blanket nature and the evidence of some of the speed limit reversals that were allowed under the alternate method. I think what we can pride ourselves on as a city council is that when we went through that process, we still went down the route of determining what the safe and appropriate speed was. And when we did that for these stretches of road, we did find that the safe and appropriate speed was 30 kilometres an hour. And I think it is heartening to hear what people are saying around the committee. And if we do decide to send a letter to the Minister, we will be joining 6 other councils who have also expressed their concern to the government, including Auckland, New Plymouth, Wanganui, Invercargill, Horowhenua and Timaru. So hopefully we can add our name to that list.
Thank you. With that, can we take them all separately? Okay, great.
Yeah, well, separately, you mean?
Yes.
Or together?
Do you want to take anything separately?
Yes.
Right, which one?
Number 4, please.
Okay, we'll do. There's just a renumbering going on. That is actually number 3, is it? Yeah, okay.
Number 3 separately, please.
Number 3. Should we vote on everything except number 3?
And can I have a division on 3, please?
And that is carried, and we'll have number 3. And that is carried with the exception of Councillor Calvert. Alrighty, so we're moving on to item 2.7, which is New Town and Berrinport parking scheme. I just want to confirm that item 2.8 was removed from our agenda by the Chief Executive's authority to be dealt with at a later date.
Can I just ask how that happened, sorry?
I've just had it confirmed. Yeah, that through DEM services.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to what the process was that we underwent to remove an item from the agenda and where that's allowed for.
There is a standing order that allows for it. Yeah, can the officers just advise?
Kia ora, Councillor. There isn't a specific and explicit standing order on this item. However, it's how we read the standing orders together, which is the Chief Executive puts together the agenda, and that agenda has never been is not finalised until a resolution has happened. That means, as we read it, that the Chief Executive has the right to remove items from the agenda. Now, we've also considered what would happen if there's ambiguity and understanding orders that will sit with the Chair. So the Chair has made a ruling in this instance that it has been removed, which of course can be challenged.
Is it your intention to challenge it,
I guess,
Councillor Roger?
My question is what process would go through to challenge that?
So the chair's ruling can be challenged. You would just require 75% majority to overturn the decision. So we would go to a vote.
Just while that is being considered.
You may speak, yes.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Are you supporting Councillor Rogers in how to vote, are you, or what to do?
No, I'm about to ask a question, and I'm wondering if the Chief Executive could make some comment to the committee about why this decision was taken.
Absolutely, I could ask the Chief Executive to do that.
Kia ora committee, it's the first time I've spoken to you, so thank you for this welcome. This is not a power that a Chief Executive will exercise lightly, and it's not a power that I exercise unilaterally. It's also in conversation with other members of the committee. There was an informal conversation around how we would handle these matters, and a request to defer the paper. There is no mechanism to do that apart from, as Councillor set out, that I, as Chief Executive, having the authority to withdraw that from the agenda. That's the way I took the decision. I wouldn't take the decision just because I decided to pull something from the agenda. I'm doing it with the knowledge of the chair in this example and other members of the committee.
Can I just check? Was a conversation had with all members of the committee?
That's a testing question for me on day 7, week 2. I'm suspecting that I don't think that Geordie was in the room.
So I will speak.
And the mayor.
I will speak to the reason why I'm supporting this decision. Number one, this is not a decision that actually sits with any urgency. We put it on the agenda. The person that actually wanted to put it on the agenda is also the person that would like to have a bit more time to work through her position on it. And given the other matters that we've had and the time that we've taken already over the matters on this agenda, I actually came to the conclusion, listening to staff as well, I came to the conclusion that it would not be a bad thing to actually give this a little bit more time and to work out a clear way forward. And I think that having it come to next month's meeting will actually allow us to do that. I don't think the outcome will be any different, but I do think that given what we've been through today already, I just thought maybe it was the wisest move forward.
Point of order. So I understand under 16.3.
What is your point of order?
My point of order is that 16.3 challenging a chairperson's rule of order.
I shouldn't have involved
It says that the challenge must be validated immediately by a vote.
Yes. Okay. It hasn't challenged. He's been deciding whether he wanted. Actually, another person raised a question. So we haven't. Are you withdrawing your challenge, or do you want to proceed to a challenge? Okay. So we're not going to proceed to a challenge. We are going ahead with the rest of our agenda, which is stretching out enough already. So we are moving on to item 2.7, and I'd like to invite. We already have officers at the table. Thank you to Vida and to Paul Barker to introduce this paper. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for that. So you recall this committee on 18th of April last year approved the introduction of a parking scheme within Newtown West, Berempore and Newtown East, and that was to replace the existing residence parking scheme that operate in parts of that area. As part of your approval to that scheme, you asked for a report back prior to the introduction of Newtown East, remembering that we staged Newtown West and Berempore first, and stage 2 was to introduce Newtown East 1 year later, and that's coming up in June. So today's report to you is the report back on that first stage. We also bring today a minor traffic resolution just to address some small oversights in the approval you gave last year. And we recommend that officers do undertake some work to do a further traffic resolution to consider those that live in the town centre or the suburban centre zone properties, so that they would have access to also park within inside those P180 resident exempt areas. So Newtown East will go ahead. The letter drops proposed by the end of this month to the residents of Newtown East. The portal will then open for applications to apply for a permit. We'll install signs and markings, and then that scheme in Newtown East will begin on the 24th of June this year. And other than that, I'm happy to take questions.
We have quite a few. So I saw Councillor Abdurrahman's hand and I saw Councillor McNulty's hand. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. I have already asked some of those questions previously, but I wanted for the community to be clear, and I'm asking now. So have you consulted with the resident associations and the community as part of this review?
No, we didn't send out any surveys or do community engagement with the review. The review was purely looking at the occupancy rates and understanding if the placements and the occupancy rates were correct. Recommendation 3 is addressing that we think we need a few more restrictions in Berhampore, the Berhampore area based on that review.
So in the paper, in few places it says, after the successful introduction of phase 1 and we are moving to the phase 2, how do you define success if the community has no input into it?
We've defined success through a number of factors. One is that most of the people that have requested a residence permit that were eligible, they have been able to receive one, so we weren't meeting the 85% except in Berhampore. And then also when we look at the maps which were in the attachment, you can see that the areas, especially around, for example, the cycleway, there we're seeing a lot more residence permits because it is more challenging to find a space, whereas in some of the areas that are further away, there are less people parking with residence permits and there's more space available. So the placement of where we put the restrictions and also the intent to make it more accessible for residents and short stay visitors has been successful.
One more and then put me back? Or?
Yes, I'll put you back actually because we've got Councillor McNulty and we'll come back.
Just quickly, and take it into contrast with Glenmore Street, where there's sort of been a continuous persistent stream around feedback about how things are going. Certainly from the councillor view, this went in, there was a lot of noise and I haven't heard any sort of emails or anything back, so I'm just trying to get an idea of how you've seen the feedback coming through official channels, evaluating it.
I'll hand that one to Paul.
Thanks. Look, there was a small number of concerned residents that had previously been eligible for the residence parking scheme. If they lived in the town centre and they did get a residence parking permit, the new scheme made them ineligible. And so we did hear some concerns from those residents, and hence the recommendation to bring back to make some changes there. Other than that, it's gone down pretty well. It's reasonably settled. Those that have a permit seem to be able to find a park comfortably and be able to park there. I'm seeing nods from Deputy Mayor Foon, and I know Councillor Free has also expressed the feedback from the community that they've received has been really positive towards the stage 1 Newtown West and Berhampore.
Thank you. Councillor Abdurrahman.
On April 18, which is last year in 2024, we passed a motion for officers to come back for phase 2 restriction for all 3 zones will be installed, and then 18 months after, one restriction where there is only clearly demonstrated and evidence needed to be determined and approved by the committee. So basically for you, we instructed you to come back after 18 months, and part of that is section C and D says, should the required demand not be met or the need determined, during those 18 months, the changes will not be implemented. So, but as part of this new scheme, that seems to be not happening. And is there a time change where you can come back after 12 months instead of 6 months because you need to get a time from advertising and issuing tickets? So, or what were you thinking when you just didn't bring that one back again?
So there was 2 things at play. The committee asked that we report back to this committee with a review prior to the introduction of Newtown East, and Newtown East was deemed to be 12 months after the introduction of Newtown West.
Yep.
So hence the reason we're coming back now, 10 months after the first stage was implemented, 2 months before we need to implement Newtown East. So we were always reporting back about now on the first introduction. second point was around the 18 months that we have available to use the phase 2 restrictions. So those were the ones that you approved that we thought we didn't need immediately, but we wanted to keep them in reserve should the demand, and it was the words that you read through there, if the demand was proven that we needed to roll out some more restrictions, we had up to 18 months to do it. There was no intention of reporting back in 18 months. It was felt that any time within the 18 months, if we needed them, we could dip into that cache of phase 2 restrictions by coming back to a committee at any point. We've come back now. We may come back again before that 18 months runs out.
So I can just add an example there. For example, in Berempore, when the TR allows restriction of up to 40% of the available parking spaces in the Berempore area, with the phase 1, we implemented 20% of the street, and what we're now saying is we need a few more because we are seeing that demand there and we want to restrict a little bit more than the 20%. We have a window of up to 40%.
So last question.
Oh, yeah, okay, you go.
Cool. When you introduce such a schemes, it's when it's new, especially at the beginning, and I understand that you have given some time for the community to adjust. But when we look at the number of tickets issued, how normal is that? And for a community, for the suburb, that is really, in a lot of ways, financially a bit of equity issue compared to some other suburbs. I think it's about 500 tickets being issued only for Newtown East and Berempore.
We might invite Kevin Black up to the answer that.
I will just add, Councillor, that we're implementing a decision that committee made and we're enforcing that decision. So I think some of the issues that are being raised are political questions that would have been up for debate about whether this was appropriate for that community, but we had an instruction of council to put in place a parking scheme. We're enforcing it and we're bringing the results of that to you today. So I just put it in that context.
I think the question was around ticketing and how that's going.
Yeah, and I guess I'd start by saying I think we've probably answered that reasonably well in response to the questions. I'm not sure I have much more to add to what we've already provided you in writing, but I will reiterate that when that scheme started, we started with 2 weeks of warnings. So there were 220, I think, warnings that were issued through that period. We then went on to normal enforcement. As with any new implementation of something that wasn't there before, there is always likely to be a period of where there are more people not aware of exactly what the rules are, and so you would expect the tickets to be slightly higher at the beginning, and they were. Since then, they have dropped dramatically. We're now issuing somewhere between 20 and 30 a month in that area, and I don't perceive that to be any different in any other part of the city.
Okay, I think we've canvassed that one. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Oh, you've got another one?
Yep. So how can we mitigate another 500 tickets or 1,000 tickets when it comes to the Newtown East? What have we learned from the current one? So when we introduce to the Newtown East, the community is not going to be hit big time as well. I absolutely understand when we put policy in place, there is consequences for it. However, there are a lot of reasons why people might not be applying. Example, you have only online for people to apply. You don't have any other mechanism where people can go to library and put the applications through. That's my understanding. And what kind of other things are you looking at to support the community that might not be coming through the channel that you have?
I will hand that one over to Kevin again. Just quickly, my understanding, and Kevin can confirm, is that people can come in and get them manually, both in the contact centre and through the telephone. So it's not just online, and we have, through the warning system, we have experienced that's a really good way to warn people that it's coming and say to them, this is the process you need to go through to get a permit.
And just to add, we're finding that the Whakatutuki portal, which is where most of the applications are coming through, is being well utilised. We're finding the vast majority of the applications are coming through that portal. When there's been the odd occasion, exactly as Vita has said, there are other options for people to put their hand up, and we can work with them to help them get the paperwork done to apply if they're unable to do it any other way.
One last question.
Thank you. Oh, no, that was meant to be the last question. I would just like to ask you a little bit of question about the visitor permits. How well have they been taken up? Because I understand there's an allocation of 50 free permits, even if you're not in the scheme or whether you are in the scheme. Yeah.
So there is a table within the, it's the long table that runs about 3 pages in the review that sets out the number of permits that are being issued, utilised. And remember, it's every household gets an allocation of permits regardless of whether they actually have a car or whether they have a car registered to the scheme. So anybody there can receive up to 50 a year. And we have seen quite a large number.
I think it was an average of about 2 per permit.
That's right, and in the table within the review document, it does set out the streets on which the people have applied and used the visitor permit. So quite a good lot of information there about how it's being used.
Yeah. Okay. Are we finished? I think we're one more, just one. Okay.
Look, I really appreciate, Paul, how you've been engaging and supporting me and understanding some of these things. But I want to put pressure on the politicians who make this decision, especially for those who.
So have you got a question?
Yeah, I'm coming to it. Community card holders. And for those accessibility community, how we can improve in that space while we're waiting for the central government to change the policy. Currently, you can't ask people for that, but they really do need the support. And we have a chair for those who keep saying question. Thank you.
Cool. Certainly that was a question we discussed yesterday. We think that it's not an issue for this regs committee or perhaps for officers to this committee to answer that. That is a question really back through the fees and charges through the annual plan, how you might like to offer discounts to sectors of the community.
Okay. All right. With that, I think we'll move to, the Mayor is quite keen to move this one, so I'll hand over to her. Thank you very much.
Happy to move this paper. The only thing I'll really say is the addition of number 5. Purpose of this amendment is to ensure that any localised issues that emerge as part of the scheme can be identified and then acted on. It's worked well in the rollout of the parking scheme on the western side of Newtown and would be good to repeat it this time.
And do you have a seconder? I'm happy to second. No one else wants to. I'd just like to say that actually I think I've been very pleasantly surprised by how painless this scheme has actually proved to be. And as I say, the positive feedback that we've had from residents who for the first time have, in some cases, have been able to easily find parking. So I can only hope that the second phase rolls out in the same way as the first phase. We have, after discussion with, I'd just like to point out that after discussion with Paul yesterday, Councillor Abdurrahman and myself obtained, he was happy enough for us to put in the bit about consulting with ward councillors as to the actual details of any extra spaces that might be rolled out. There's a slight concern that if a lot of people put up their hands for residence parking permits in the same street, that would leave some, a shortage of unrestricted parking. But actually, the staff don't think that's going to be the case. They think it's just going to roll out quite smoothly like it has. But the provision is there for the demand, if the demand exists, and in consultation with ward councillors before any changes are made. So I think I've got a lot of confidence in going ahead with this. I could not believe how smoothly putting in the Rintole Street cycleway went. I was dreading it, and yet because of the parking policy, we actually had sufficient parking for residents, making those quite major changes. Any further comment or debate? We've got Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Whanau. And actually, just before we go ahead, I do want to thank Councillor Rogers for his work on the paper prior as well. And so thank Mayor Whanau for moving this with that amended substantive. What I would like to say, like Councillor Free, I must say this was one area I was dreading, and I do have to compliment our team, particularly Paul, on the way that this is actually rolled out. I've only had 2 groups of complaints, which are in Hanson Street. There is a lot of construction going on, and so one resident in particular is finding it hard to get a park. So there is a way to resolve that through this paper, but also the residents living in the commercial areas, and so there's also a way to resolve that through this paper. In the east, this will be challenging. There are some nuances around the hospital and the zoo, and that's why I do think it's important that we set a review for about a year to just understand, as it doesn't necessarily mean it'll be the same as the west side. But also I received a Facebook message from the Newtown Residents Association basically saying that, that people are generally very happy with it and there is still enough parking even with cycle lanes. And I don't think I've ever had a Residents Association come and say they are thankful for work that council has done. So I think that's pretty awesome.
If there's nobody else needing to speak, I will ask the Mayor if she needs... Oh, Councillor Abdurrahman. Sorry, I didn't see...
No, it's all right. Kia ora whānau. I think first I would like to acknowledge the hard work of our officers and their engagement with all of us. And I appreciate Moana and Paul for working with me on the community card and accessibility card holders. However, it is a bit fascinating to see how politicians, we make decisions. And for me, this is a community that is really need a lot of support from us. And in Newtown, currently we are charging, and as part of this plan, you charge $18 an hour for caregivers who come into your house for a day pass. That is the amount of money a business person can get a parking anywhere in this street. So that must be articulated, that must be reviewed in the future. Accessibility, this is a big issue in our community. They rely on their car to move from one place to another. And us charging them for something very basic human right, where some of the streets, not far from here where we're sitting, closer to the city, we don't have much of that restriction compared to what we're doing in Berhampur and Newtown East. And that also needs to be articulated in our future funding model when we come back to annual plan. And I'll call all of you to account if you're not gonna support that. Because you claim to support the community that is, that need your support. Let me leave it there. The third point, it seems painless and smooth from outside, but how do I know if I don't have a data and the resident association's feedback and the community putting into it? This review, clearly, we didn't instruct our officers, it's not their fault, but we should have given them a clarity. What kind of review are we looking at? It says a success. From whose perspective? From some of the councillors who have Louis Vuitton bag and Range Rover drivers? No. We need to make sure.
That's unacceptable.
Oh, do you have Louis Vuitton?
What is it? 23.6. Disrespectful.
Oh, I didn't mention anyone's name.
But we know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm actually going to uphold that, and I think that you are straying a little bit into personal stuff which isn't directly relevant to the matter we're discussing.
Okay.
So if you just want to continue
if someone offended
on
by that, I just withdraw. But I don't have anyone in my mind when I say this. But
okay.
You guys might. Okay. So we need to make sure we support in this community, and that is what I'm asking you. I feel uncomfortable with that absence in voting for introducing the scheme in Newtown East. However, I have trust in our officers in doing their best in bringing back in 12 months' time, according to amendment number 5. With that, I will just let this one happen, but I'll make sure, I'll make the community can be can come back to us and feeding back to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
I'll be very brief, and I'm going to support these, but I just want to support that going forward, that we do look at getting a bit more community engagement, in these reviews, whether it's parking, cycleways, or whatever, or whenever we've made a change, that we actually just don't look at reactive stuff, but actually we go out proactively and just seek feedback, because I've had, I don't live in the area, which is why I'm not going to sort of object to this, but I have had feedback which doesn't support some of the stuff that's happened. And so all I'm saying is that going forward, when we review things or we plan things, that we do some engagement with the community, not full consultation, just so that we can, we have a well-rounded feedback review, whatever you want to call it. And I think there's definitely room for improvement, but I will be supporting these. Thank you.
Okay, there doesn't seem to be any more. Would you like a right of reply? No need? All right, we will move to the vote. Anyone want to take anything separately? No? We'll take it all together. We're waiting on Nuridan. And that's carried unanimously, I think. Thank you. Right, we must be getting through it. We're up to the decision register updates and upcoming reports. I'm happy to move this. We received the information. Oh, I should hand over to... Are there any questions? It probably is self-explanatory, but are there any questions? Okay. Well, I move that, I move we receive the information. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Rogers. Is there any debate? No?
Sorry, I just think we should, just noting there will need to be a change because we're bringing the Karori paper back next month.
Oh, yes, thank you.
That's all, it's a minor editorial.
That's actually, thank you for tidying that up. That is important, yes. Thank you. Right, we will vote. It's been moved, seconded. It seems so easy. And that is carried. And I think that all is left. Thank you, everybody, for your attention and your participation in the meeting, and the staff. And lovely to have our Chief Executive here and able to contribute to your very first meeting. We'll nab that honour. Thank you. Right, so with that, we'll close. Una here, una here, una here, ki te ura tapanui, kia wātia, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua, i te arataka Koi rā I rongo, whakaauia, ake ki ronga, kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia,